Hello and welcome to all of those people that may be watching this now or perhaps in the future. Dare I be so bold to say that this will last the test of times. I am Bamps, or Rob as it may be thrown out. Um, so often this is the kind of question we see come up on our beloved subreddit, and well, it's time for us to, as a community, kind of do something about it. And should this work out, I hope that other people start kind of taking it up as well. The the hope here is that we can have a bit of common ground to talk about from a GMing perspective, rather than, oh well, in my game the players did this, this, and this. It's like, well, how do I deal with it? Here we're going to have all of the same consistent story that people will be asking questions on, and mostly me will be explaining the choices that I made and why things played out the way that they did, and other people will be able to interject their own how they felt about it. We're not really going to be here to talk about rules because the rules for your table are mostly important to your table. We could go back and forth on things, especially the Matrix, because that thing is a mess. Um, but yeah, I think the only thing we need is our excellence. We will have a decker for this. That is helpful. We're gonna guess I go left to right. I guess just your name if your Reddit handle if you like, the character you're playing, and maybe a little bit of what you have read in their character sheet as to the kind of person they are, because that is the one of the other things I've been trying to push recently is your character sheet most times is is your resume. It is the first thing a GM sees about you and has the greatest initial impact on the idea that people get in mind for your character. It's not, I'm a street samurai who uses automatics. It's described more as like, I'm a troll with a penchant for, you know, troll thrash metal and carrying a big gun. It says more about who the character is rather than what they do. And that should be more important in a role playing game. So I guess we'll start left to right with Gwyn.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Gwyn. I'm playing BA today, and yeah, I helped making her in one of Rob's awesome streams. Plug plug, you should watch them. Um, anyway, yeah, and I tried to get into GMing, and I played mostly on the hub, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Then next to him we have Nicola.
Close enough. I'm Nicola. I'm playing the troll street samurai who's into thrash metal and due to that is hard of hearing. And he loves big guns.
And then our wonderful gremlin for the day.
Hey, how's it going? I am playing the Gremlin. So Rigger. It's also got a lot of gang knowledge and military knowledge. Looks pretty well built. I'm excited to try it out.
You're gonna make me blush because that's my podcast character. Um, and then finally we have Alice.
Yeah, hi, I'm playing Alice, the computer expert of the group, who seems to also know how to have a good time. And yeah, nice knowledge skills, know a bit about not only computers, but also about recreational drug use or racist jokes.
All right, there's the potential we're gonna get a fifth in here because somebody's asking about it in the Twitch chat.
Fantastic.
So that'll be interesting. I guess we can start off with a little bit of question and answers about just general Shadowrun GMing things while he gets that together. I will ask for him to PM me on Reddit with his Skype information, and then I will toss him to the wolves.
Oh.
Or I guess I could throw some bona fides, whatever. I've been jamming Shadowrun for probably about a year now. I was deeply involved with the Runner Hub starting up. I played in the very literal first game of the 36-hour Mega Marathon that Valenthos did a year and a half ago. After a little bit of playing, I got onto the GMing side just because it's a giant, crazy community, and the more games we have, the better it is for everybody. Outside of that, years ago in high school, I was the dude who was playing in, the one friend's basement that you guys get together, every week or so. Took that break as you become an adult, and then recently have gotten back into it through Dungeon World, which I actually really love as a low-pressure system. It also does a fantastic way of kind of explaining out some GM-oriented things about pacing and just simple stuff that you probably already know, but when you read it in words, you're like, oh, things like the bad guy doesn't wait around. He has his own agenda. He's doing stuff in the background, and as the players are doing stuff, he is also doing stuff. He's not just waiting to be defeated. That would be silly. Yeah, Dungeon World is great. I actually got back into that from ItMeJP's YouTube channel, which I got to from Total Biscuit when he linked their Warhammer 40,000 live actual play, which was awesome, and I am sad that the heresy has stopped. I've jammed a little bit of Savage Worlds, but it's been mostly Shadowrun, and I am terrible when it comes to lore, so don't expect me to know where things like Tacoma is in relation to the Barrens, that kind of stuff. Let me check my Reddit to see if I've gotten that message. So in this situation, you guys are a established team. You guys have known each other for a while. The actual length of time is not super important. As I answer Twitch chat stuff. Those last minute things, right?
Yep. Those last minute things like ammo.
Most of that stuff we're not going to bother tracking on the character sheets, just because realistically, who really tracks bullets? That's so much minutia and stuff. Unless it was like an assault cannon or grenade, those things get really expensive. But the 12 Nguyen APDS round, as long as you're not, full autoing all the time.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. That was also part of the holdover from the way I did the group character generation for those guys. I stopped when the characters had like 20 grand left over to buy the standard runner incidentals, as bullets, fake sins, that kind of thing, because that for people on a stream is really boring to watch me click a bunch of boxes for a little while.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Am I the only one who has on the stream this weird black border on the right side with a few thousand mouse cursors?
Nope, you're totally not the only one with that. Let me fix that.
Okay.
Boom.
That's Rob being new to streaming.
Yep. If you'll notice, my Twitch channel has absolutely nothing as far as who I am or what I do on it, and all of that other wonderful stuff. My YouTube channel is even worse. surprised that I've managed to actually create a YouTube channel that has things on it. So we're going to move forward, assuming that Devotion is actually here, and we'll get to their character when they get me a Skype info and a character sheet, which will hopefully be air quotes soon. You guys have been given an invite to a dinner meeting. It is at the Gray Line in. It's actually legitimately in the Sound itself, at least part of it. It is one of my favorite meeting places. It is a Salish/Elvish cuisine, I believe, and half of the restaurant itself is actually underwater at high tide. It is a fancy joint, and I believe at least all of you have some kind of fancy armor, or at least not.
Well,
Possibly not.
Armor jacket counts as fancy?
No,
yeah,
but
that's news for me.
but it'll work, right? You guys
Yeah.
will roll in as a group of Shadowrunners that, while the Maitre D will give you the long up and down as this isn't exactly the first time that Fancy Johnsons have been having meets here. So as long as the person who you are here to meet has paid the requisite fees, they're tolerant to have you. Gonna imagine, because there is enough vehicles amongst you between Gremlin and Ingrad, that you guys are able to get there. Is there anything you want to do before rolling up on the place, or?
I would say when I arrive, I would maybe check for like things that would look suspicious, like for example, more drones than usual, or drones that are rather big, like Doberman or Rotor drone, who
Sure.
could be armed, or
If you
just to
can
make
give
sure it's an ambush.
um, wouldn't that be the thing? If I started off the very first one of these with a, you guys get shot at the meat.
Yeah.
Oh man, lost opportunities, right? But yeah, no, you can roll a
So,
perception test, and
okay.
we'll see what you guys are able to see as far as the stuff in the area.
Well, exactly.
So with 2 hits, you're going to be able to see that it is a nice part of town. There are a lot of expensive cars. You guys look slightly out of place, but at the same time, there's no real security drones waiting to shoot at people. There's a little bit of a line at the door. Your standard dinner time restaurant, 20 to 30-minute wait, but you guys have a table that is waiting for you, and a Mr. Johnson that is about to ask you to take care of some business.
Okay.
So as you guys walk in, the elven gentleman who is behind the counter doing the maitre d' thing is going to give you the long up and down. Ingrad, you probably see that twist of his pointy little Keebler lip go up just as the he continues to go up to your height of being a giant troll. And he's a simple, yes, how can I help you?
We're here to meet insert Mr. Johnson. I don't actually say that, but I don't know what's his name.
No, it was as always, it is a Mr. Johnson. He will,
Well,
in a very slow look to make sure that you guys know that he is taking his time, will go down to his little data pad in front of him and like,
I say to him, hurry up, Pixie.
a small eyebrow will raise as he's like, yes, I see. Right this way. And he will then begin to lead you through the restaurant proper, and the top area, which is above the sound, will be kind of set up like a beach motif. The waiters and waitresses are going around in swimwear. There's a nice, like, fake-looking sun, even though at 6:30 at night it is very clearly dark and cold outside. Inside it is set up like a beach. As you guys come down deeper into the lower section of the restaurant, it goes more from beach to water, and then you're underwater, and the entire area gets a cool dark blue coloring to it. The waitresses and waiters down here are in a more classical mythology look of mermaids and mermen and tritons and that kind of thing. The tables seem to be more organized as seashells and other sea life type situations than upstairs where they were more standard tables as you would find out on the beach with, umbrellas and that kind of thing. You are led back into the corner of the restaurant to a large corner booth. And then sitting at that, you will see that there is a human, mid-30s, looking moderately nervous and very bookish, total corporate slave kind of guy. And next to him is a contradiction you're not sure you have ever seen before, but this is a overweight elf with a big bowl of soup, probably the clam chowder, and a thing of breadsticks next to him, and he's kind of going to town on it.
I nudge the troll like, hey, look at this, fat Keebler. Well, that's a rarity.
The maitre d' will bring the rest of you over and motion for you to sit down at the table, but he does not provide menus for you.
Oi, knife here. You're not gonna offer us something to eat. You just walk off, sir.
You will see the
I think Gibor might have ate everything.
I'm sorry, that broke up a little bit on me. I didn't hear you.
I think the dandelion eater might have eaten everything already.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
I imagine you guys are doing this across D&I rather than blatantly to his face.
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we might go into that, ambush, get shot at the meat type situation.
I mean, I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb.
No, that'd be a good way to not get paid, and we're looking to get paid today.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Right? So, I imagine you guys will all sit and yes? Or are we gonna...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
It sounded like
exit.
there comes a continuation of that sentence.
No, it's one of those things. Is like, well, I know at least one of you guys doesn't like elves, so I'm not sure if you don't like them to the point of not wanting to sit at a table with one, especially a rotund individual who is clearly not.
I hate elves, but I love money, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't hate them as much as I love money.
Yeah, pretty much.
So the small bookish man will push his glasses up and be like, very well, thank you for joining us on such short notice. My employer has a job for you fine folks, and he says it with the practiced smile of a man who has been lying to people's faces for years. A person of interest to us has been involved in a quite unfortunate vehicular accident, and the local law enforcement, as I'm sure you're well aware, does enjoy taking their time on solving crimes that are not high profile in the nicer sections of town, where this unfortunately took place in one of the more familiar areas for you folks.
Yeah, it is. Fucking Bonds. Self-righteous bastard.
So my boss has decided that we should turn to some of the local talent to get this solved, so that everybody can go on with their wonderful lives. Does this sound like something you folks can can do?
Sure.
Certainly, as long as that isn't the only information you have.
No, it most certainly is not.
Yes, we're gonna need more to go on.
Excellent. And he will turn to the large elf who is slurping loudly upon his soup, and then puts it down and pushes it away. He's like, yeah, excellent. The small man will continue it. Very well. The details are as such: a young woman was involved in a motorcycle accident in Touristville. As such, the law enforcement officials are lethargic with their pursuit of justice in this particular area. My employer is not nearly so lethargic as that, and would like this matter wrapped up significantly quicker than the official channels are willing to perform. I have a location on where the actual accident took place. I have some information about her personally that I will be able to give to you when the job is agreed upon. For this task, it should be fairly simple. The initial offer will be 5,000 new yen apiece, with the option of further employment dependent upon what your findings reveal to us, as should this be an act of foul play, that cannot stand, and we will need to take the next step. And he says that with a little bit of nervousness as a small bead of sweat is beginning to form on his forehead.
And I assume you also have when that accident happened.
Yes. It was sadly not but a day and a half ago. 36 hours.
And did this person have any significant affiliations that we should know about, or do we talk about just an average person?
If you want to roll me either a perception or a judge intentions check, and I will see what kind of sub-information you can...
That's definitely perception.
You can do both.
Oh, yeah, then I'm gonna do both. Small limit. Oh. Wow.
Oh, look at you with your fancy macros and stuff.
Judge
So,
intentions was charisma plus willpower or intuition?
Intuition plus charisma.
Intuition plus charisma. Okay, that's not that bad.
so with
Wow.
your judge intentions, you kind of notice out of the corner of your eye that the large elven man looks like he is getting flustered. Maybe. Let me take a quick look at your sheet because I don't remember. No, you have like tactical skill. Okay, so he's getting a little upset and looking like he wants. It's like you're asking me questions. You're supposed to just go do it. Like
You want good work, right?
and you're like, he will go into
And-
AR for a second.
Then we need good source material.
Yes. So yes, there is a. She is a person of importance in the corporate world. It would be very bad for many people, and he does that thing where he pulls on his collar, like, ugh, as he says that. Should the worst happen, she is, however, in Doc Wagon's care right now, but is currently unconscious, and they are in the process of creating some cyberware for her to repair some of the damage from the accident.
Okay. And what would exactly for you be the condition that you want to have this resolved? You just want information, or
We
you
would
want
like the person or persons responsible to face, if not official justice, and he'll look to the large man who nods, proper justice.
Oh,
You mean
The
like pawn justice or real justice?
He will look back once again to the large man, who will nod, and he will, in a more nervous look, come back to you with a real justice.
assuming we would go the legal way has its tendency to take time. When could we expect our payment?
We would very much like to have this matter wrapped up so that when she is woken up from her surgeries, we have good news to tell her about the situation. As such, she is scheduled for surgery in 4 days' time.
Okay.
Which, out of character, since it's like 6 o'clock at night, leaves you guys with about 3.5 days. And you guys are more than welcome to throw whatever notes you want all over the back table of my thing here.
Ah. One question. How long would it take to just make a search when I would try to search the matrix for accidents that happened about 36 hours ago in Touristville, I think you said.
Yeah, I did say Turstville. It would probably, you're looking at like the half-hour-ish search, just because you're looking
Okay.
for Turstville, which isn't exactly the best.
Description, yeah.
Well, it's an area, but it's like the areas where that kind of stuff probably happens fairly often. There's probably a lot of unreported accidents, and there is a severe criminal element that might interfere with some of those reports.
Okay.
You know, people go there to get mugged on purpose so they can post on their me feeds, I got mugged today. Look how awesome I am.
I'm full street, yo.
Yeah, I am hardcore. I paid this dude to let me mug him so I could get street cred.
Hmm.
Oh, Christ, it should... Oh, that would be a hilarious run.
It's something that could totally happen.
Then I would say over D and I don't have any more questions that I can ask before we accept.
I say we accept.
Same here.
Only five. Yeah, fine.
Okay, I accept.
Excellent. And he will turn to the elf, who is eagerly watching as a waitress is coming around the corner to set down a large plate of food in front of him. And the small man keeps quiet while the civilian is there before getting up and give me 1 second.
And
Sorry, I'm just looking at it because I might be able to grab blind and throw her in here and that kind of stuff. Just looking at their sheet real quick. It's one of the filthy sheets from the book. Ugh. Right. If only I knew anything about Twitch and that kind of stuff, I would totally be able to edit things and do it, but I won't.
I mean, if you have a question,
That's for later. That's
Okay.
a lot of minutia that is not currently relevant to the task at hand.
Whoops.
No, you're fine. So you are now in a small question and answer phase. They will give you the name of the person, which as soon as I hit my random name generator. I will write it on here. The girl is April P. Fontaine?
Say that again?
Boom.
No.
Alright, fine. No, I like your notes better because it's less I have to do. She was picked up by Dock Wagon 36 hours ago in Turstville. There is a GPS location that you have for where the accident was. Let's add people to call. I need dialing him in. She is being held in the downtown Dock Wagon Clinic. Well, less clinic, more hospital, actually, at this point. She is awaiting some...
Hello, everybody.
Hello!
Hi.
Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Okay. Hopefully
Hello.
I'm not getting too much echo. Hang on a sec.
Yep. We will let you get that figured out. Here is a table link. And then I will continue on.
Okay. I might have to recycle the Bluetooth headphone pairing process. I will mute myself in the meantime.
Do what you gotta do. She's in the downtown Dock Wagon Hospital. Currently in a coma. Is awaiting some cyber augmentation to repair the damage from the accident. They did not give you the details of the level of augmentation she is to be receiving. That's not your business. They will give you it could become your business, but it is not something that they are freely giving out. They will give you a picture of her. In the picture, she is wearing a obnoxiously pink, motorcycle leathers with a obnoxiously pink Suzuki Mirage behind her that looks, at the very least to Gremlin, as though it has been heavily modified or customized.
Excellent.
BA will just glance at the picture, turn her head, and just silently gag. Like, how can somebody wear this? Oh.
It's super offensive. Are there other questions that you fine folks have for...
Do you suspect that the incident was no accident?
The report that we have from Dock Wagon is that her body was found injured. The bike was not on location. There are signs of distress from where the bike looks like it hit a wall or something. Normally this is not something that would happen unless you were perhaps forced into it or had to take some kind of evasive actions, something along those lines.
So the victim was riding a motorcycle, correct?
A obnoxiously pink Suzuki Mirage.
Okay.
And
And was it wireless? Was it online?
They don't have that information at that time.
That's
It was
something
not
we'll
on
find
Grid
out.
Guide. They know that. So
Okay.
either she was plugged in directly or was manually controlling it.
And the bike is gone.
The bike is missing.
How long was the response time from Dock Wagon till they arrived on the scene?
They were there within... What's the... Turstville is a C-zone?
I think.
B, I believe.
Okay, so they were there within 8 minutes.
Okay.
That's a lot of time.
Normal
Lot of time.
HDR in a C-zone, I believe, is 15 minutes? Ish.
Yeah, but it's tourists with the bribes.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's still a C-zone, but yeah.
Someone could have stolen that bike, but we don't know. 8 minutes, difficult to say. Mm, were there other things missing from her, like valuables, crit sticks, comlinks?
Her personal effects, which they don't go into details of what she is carrying because she is far more important than you street scum. We're all on her as part of like what she would normally be carrying, but if she was say picking up something that was super expensive, but it's not like her normal comlink or any jewelry that she wears or that kind of thing, um, that stuff was all with her when Doc Wagon picked her up. The only thing that is obviously missing is the vehicle.
Yeah,
Okay.
no wonder. I would burn that thing if I find it.
She might be doing the world a favor.
Yeah, but then we would have found remains. I assume they don't know from where to where she was driving.
They know like the street that she was going down, but that doesn't really give
Yeah,
a whole lot. You
it
know,
just tells us where the accident happened.
right. And as the vehicle wasn't on grid guide at that moment, there was no
Yeah.
like pre-plotted course or anything along those lines. If any of you have a local area knowledge, you can roll it, see if you can get a general idea on that kind of stuff, or if you guys want to throw really any dice at all. I like to operate on a throw whatever you want type situation, rather than waiting for me to provoke you, because you guys will all have more ideas than I do.
I guess Seattle U
Sure.
specialization doesn't
I'm sorry, the
work.
which one?
Seattle U. I guess that's
Oh yeah, no,
Seattle
this
University.
was not near the college.
Okay.
Well, let me roll my Seattle area knowledge. It's back in
I roll
Redmond.
the same.
Such a useful knowledge.
Haha! Trumped.
Ah,
Jesus.
To back alley and Alice get a little bit of conversation going about the location. The place is a moderately tightly packed commercial area. There's a couple of businesses in there. Um, the actual street in question is more of a
Back alley?
um, it is not a place that one would be driving a bike at a high speed through. Um, unless the roads were cleared for a specific reason, there would be pedestrians and civilians going about their normal touristy-ville business.
okay, so there is quite a bit of foot traffic though.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're doing
I don't know
greater
what
than
I'm
10,
doing.
not greater than 5.
Ah. Well, you can see it, so.
Yeah, 1, 2,
Alright.
3, 4, 5. So local gangs, that is fairly close to on the border of the major gang that is air quotes in the area. Would be the Ancients. They have some stuff going on there. There is a lot of your local gangs, but they're not exactly the anything of note. Let me see if I can hook up these guys in the Twitch chat real quick.
Yeah. Ancients probably picked her off. Wouldn't surprise me. Freaking
Just
knifey ass.
shot in the dark. Maybe I know
Shot in the
something
dark
about
on
them.
nightlife.
Yeah.
There
Literally
is a nightclub and a bar in that area that are decent, for Touristville, but they're not like the nicer areas that you are more accustomed to. But you do know that they are there, and let me see if I can get you some terrible names.
Alright, in the meantime, I think I've got my headphones working. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes,
Sir.
absolutely.
Wonderful. Hi, everybody. I'm Blind Devotion 08 for the Twitch and the Skype alike. Quick introduction while names are being generated. I'm playing the character of Angelica Nichols, aka Damsel. Part combat, part face, part medic.
Awesome.
Yep. So you've got some band-aids on your side now.
Hooray.
This is just a simple investigation I don't know anybody who would cause things to get shot.
All right. Well.
I mean, it's Shadowrun. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh yeah. Nothing could ever hit the fan.
The
We have
oscillating
a-
blade device.
We have a photograph of this Suzuki Mirage.
Yes.
Oh, take it
And
away. No, I don't want to look at
What
it
would be
anymore. My eyes.
The relevant dice to roll to see if it had any modifications that might.
A vehicular knowledge skill, automotive mechanics, that kind of thing.
Okay, I've got automotive mechanic.
Jesus.
Did that
Yeah.
wrong.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Backwards.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So with your automotive knowledge skill, this vehicle has very clearly been rigor adapted. It has a increased speed and handling over normal Mirages. Just to, because I don't know anything about vehicles, I'll just go into game mechanics. You're looking at increased speed, increased handling, rigor adaptation, and I feel like that's it. Some, smart tires that are for run flats, that kind of thing.
Excellent.
If there are other questions, please, you got a giant pile of hits, feel free to ask, and I will answer.
Manufacturing is there any information on the manufacturers of such things? Like if they're illegal, like would there be someone specific they would have to go?
You got a giant pile of hits. Let me take a quick look at your/my character sheet.
Yeah, sure.
If you could roll me, I think he's a 4/2. Is I scrolling? Yeah, Big Bob. If you could roll me 10 dice as a connection test for Big Bob, you're able to find some like maker's marks on it as you're looking for to pick them out of the actual construction of the vehicle. And for a highly custom job like this, you're gonna put only one, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Big Bob does not know the person who did this custom work, but you have, if you can find somebody in the know as far as this kind of stuff, they can point you to the guy that most likely, at the very least, customized the bike, if not built it from scratch.
Cool. Good enough for me.
Do we know something about the accident? Like, at what speed the accident probably happened? Maybe something out of the report from Dogwagon or something like that.
There's nothing from Dockwagon about vehicle speed. That is the kind of thing that Night Errant would come in and do crime scene investigation, like skid marks and paint transfer and all of those other things that we see in the CSI shows that are so popular nowadays.
Did the victim have a dash cam at all on her heavily modified Suzuki?
If it did, it is on the bike.
Yeah.
And the bike has been impounded or is
The bike is
elsewhere?
missing.
It's gone.
Ah.
And it's not wireless at the moment.
I'm thinking if it was a hit, they wouldn't have bothered taking the bike. So I'm thinking it might have been a smash and grab to get the bike.
Okay.
So we could look around for chop shops.
Oh, yeah. Obvious question. Do they know anything about enemies of hers that might come into question?
As
Possible
she is a corporate personnel, you guys have in your very illustrious criminal careers done any number of terrible things to any number of corporate citizens for any number of other corporate citizens. So she is, she could be used as leverage by just about anybody to get over on whoever she is important to.
Okay. But if she she's killed, then she isn't worth anything.
Unless they're trying to send a very specific message.
Of course. But they don't have any names by chance.
No, there has been no ransom demands or similar things made yet.
Okay.
Which usually happen by now. And given as she is in the hospital, and they know where she is, that's also kind of an interesting thing, unless this is just a send a message type thing, if we can get her anytime we want. Who knows? Besides me, I mean, I obviously know.
Yeah, you know.
Let's see. So we know the location of the crash, and we know that the bike has been stolen.
Is
but
missing.
Okay, yeah, it's missing, and we don't know who has it. But has anyone gone to the location of the crash and seen if there's any I don't know, paint chips that might have gotten part of an RFID tag, or any wreckage that was just washed into the gutter?
You guys, to my knowledge, are either still in the restaurant with the large elf consuming all kinds of food in front of you and not buying you dinner, or you guys have moved on from the restaurant. It is up to you.
All right.
I mean, I'm running out of questions.
Mm-hmm. At this point, there's only so much that we can get from asking questions, because this guy's a secondary source, so...
Yeah, definitely, but I just wanted to cover it.
Sure.
I think we should move on to the crime scene itself.
Sure.
Yeah, let's
I'm okay
move
with
on.
this.
Agreed.
Not dwell on this thing.
Thank you for your time.
He will give you a and there will be little bits of food that come popping out of his mouth as he does so.
Damsel is going to have to suppress the gag reflex.
Yeah, I can't say I blame you. This man is disgusting.
Actually, kind of like him more than other elves.
He's closer to your weight class.
Yeah.
Before we go, I would ask the Johnson for how he wishes us to contact him when we're done.
The little man will send you a little data packet that has the information that you guys have been talking about, as well as a comm code on it.
Okay.
And you guys are free to go into the night and do as you will.
Then
All
we'll do
right.
so.
Quick question for the rest of the party. Who among us is techno-savvy in any sense?
You do know
I am-
each other, so you know that
Yeah.
Alice is into Matrix stuff, and Gremlin is into,
Rigging.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Well, I happen to have my own Suzuki. It's not as modified. We could, if we wanted to, we could use mine as bait and have somebody either track it or something like that, and then see where it goes from there. But that's getting ahead of ourselves, I suppose. Let's just go to the crime scene then. And
So you guys will pile into your vehicles and drive off into the night. Touristville is I wouldn't exactly say a welcome site, but it is a more at-home area for you guys, given that you live in the criminal shadows of Seattle. You will see the things going by that are fairly normal. There's a drug deal going on over there. There's another guy over there that is blatantly advertising prostitution. And then there's, your McHughes, your Stuffer Shacks, your Lucky Star Noodles, all of the wonderful features of the low lifestyle of Seattle. You guys are going straight to the location?
I would say so. Would I have enough time to make a matrix search, like half an hour
Yeah.
or something like that?
You can take as much time as you like. You guys have 3.5 days, 4 days ish to get this done, so that they can have good news when she wakes up in the hospital.
Okay. Computer, yeah. I think I would go Hobson for that, just for those nice extra 2 dice.
Sure. The idea of hot sim addiction is something I've never really felt was meaningful.
It takes a while to build up, does it not?
it takes a while to build up, and also with the addiction system as it is, it's a little
It's a
bit
bit of a
weird
mess,
then
but like,
to track it then.
so like there's a hot sim for doing a matrix search. You go to hack into something later, there's more hot sim. You go to do something else later, there's more hot sim, and eventually your dice are gonna fail you, and you're gonna get a beginning addiction, and then a worse addiction, and then a worse addiction, and your character will die or never have karma ever because you spend it all on buying off addictions.
Yeah. The only time that I've ever seen like an almost meaningful representation of hot sim addiction was somebody who had stumbled on a UV node in hot sim, and that was just where he wanted to be, and he needed to like do any, I guess, roll an addiction roll if he was outside of that node for too long. But aside from that, like I've never liked the mechanics of hot sim addiction as a regular addiction.
That's an interesting concept. It's kind of like the reverse of a null node.
Yeah.
So for April P. Fontaine on your data search,
Yes.
you will find out that she is the daughter. She is an elf. I probably didn't mention that. In your searching, you will find a picture of her next to your large elfin Johnson, with a headline of "Welcomed into the let's go with Horizon family."
Yeah, as flashy as she is.
You know, she has graduated high school into, and then I was moving into one of the corporate brainwashing centers of Horizon as her college education choices, because that is what Daddy did, that is what Mommy did, and that is what we're going to continue to do for the foreseeable future.
Horizon's one of the more media-centered companies, right?
Correct.
Yes.
It's
That's what I
the
thought.
media
Yeah.
company.
They're about
Okay.
people.
People and movies and all that other wonderful things.
So we know she was going to school with Horizon. Do we know what her quote-unquote major was or emphasis was in her education there / brainwashing there?
I'm sorry, I was checking Reddit again. You were asking her major and such?
Yeah.
Your standard Horizon air quotes major of trade entertainment and management and that kind of thing. Her dad is apparently a moderate person that manages a couple of different trade stars.
Okay.
So he's got a couple of not exactly blockbuster type dudes, but mediocre dudes that get consistent work but haven't had their breakout role yet.
Yeah.
With sidekicks.
Or like a perfect example would be the guy that played Star-Lord.
Mm-hmm.
You know how he was in a bunch of TV shows but was never really anybody, and then all of a sudden he was Star-Lord and it was like
Star-Lord?
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy.
First craft.
I
I
guess
thought
a more fitting thing would have been Chris Hemsworth or Thor.
Ah.
Now how all of a sudden, you know, he had done stuff previously,
I have never watched Guardians of the Galaxy, but nobody told anybody.
It has been recorded for all time that you live under a rock.
Yep.
Then I'm also under a rock.
Well, I believe you're both German, so it is fitting that it is a German rock.
Was the Johnson?
Yeah, no,
her
Ice Shrimps is usually bad.
I'm sorry?
Are the Johnson and her dad one and the same person?
That is the impression you're getting from reading through this.
Ah, so we didn't see a picture of him. Because I think you said something about welcome to the Horizon family, something about a picture.
Yeah, it is. His name is, as I go back over to my random name generator,
Fontaine.
he is Earl Fontaine.
Earl Fontaine.
Earl. Perfect name for that guy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
All right. So, do we need a new batch of perception checks once we've gotten to the scene, or?
Um, yeah, we can go with that. That sounds like it is something that is appropriate.
Visual-based perception.
You may do it in whatever flavor you choose. Most of you should have contacts with +3 visual and earbuds with +3 audio. If you guys like, you can get down in there and smell the
Yeah.
asphalt, as it were. There is a bunch of people around. We're going to start off with just the things that you don't need perception tests to see. It seems as though they are just kind of going about their daily lives. There is some kind of
I'm crushing it today.
apparently not quite necessarily giant sale, because they're not exactly super businesses and it's not like that kind of thing. It is, however, kind of a bit of a gathering. There's a lot of people that are going and milling about.
Vision enhancement adds to limit as well, right?
Correct.
Yes.
As long as it is running wirelessly.
And here I was thinking I was special.
You're not special, don't worry.
Oh wait, it's the wrong target number, so.
I was like, what? 9 successes on 13 dice? How?
Yeah, rolling over 3 isn't hard.
I'm
I
sorry.
should shut up!
Just look
Yeah.
at my roll. What the fuck?
I did greater than 3 because I'm so used to texting my wife the less than 3 for the heart sign. I'm so sorry.
Oh, how dare you love your wife.
Yeah, I know. I'm so whipped.
The important thing is that you recognize that fact and you are able to then move forward.
Uh-huh.
For
With lots
some
of
reason,
denial.
your macro there is constantly giving you greater than 10 instead of greater than 5.
What?
Oh, this is the worst.
Yeah, you've been having a problem with that all night. It's interesting. So
Oh,
you guys
and
are
perception's limited by mental, right?
correct.
Yeah, but if you have visual enhancement, that adds to your limits.
Oh,
If you have
all
visual
right.
enhancement 3, you can always think like your mental +3.
All right. Well, my mental happens to be 7 as well, so I'm right on the money.
Excellent. There you go, Graham. Now you got it.
Yay.
So you guys are kind of moving about. It is a lot easier for Egrad to get a view because he has the vantage point, the high ground, as it were. You will see a bunch of people of various different meta types going on. Those of you with some gang knowledge will see that there are a couple of ancients hanging out in the area. They're all, doing that thing where you sit astride your bike and you are blocking traffic and being obnoxious, but nobody's going to do anything about it because you're like the big gang in the area, so they just kind of tolerate it.
Yeah, won't want to start
How
a
many
fight
of them
with
are there?
ancients.
I'm sorry?
How many of them are there?
There looks to be 4 ancients.
Hmm.
I'm assuming we're set in Seattle, right? We're in downtown
Yeah,
Seattle.
you are currently in Turstville.
Okay.
Those of you with higher than 5 hits, I think, you will see that there is skid marks on the ground near one of the little buildings. It's a noodle shop because it's always a noodle shop. They've been kind of kicked over just as people have been milling about the area in normal traffic. The garbage cans outside of it are a little dented and banged up, and as you get closer, you will see that there is a bit of ridiculous pink paint transfer on there. While you are doing that, Egrad, with these Keebler eyes looking at you, you will notice that they kind of look at the people who you are with that are going over to check out on that paint transfer and messed up ground. The ancients are kind of watching you.
I try to give them a don't fuck with us look.
So you're just gonna
And
square
show
up the
them
shoulders.
my AK.
I missed the last part of that.
And show them I'm carrying.
Okay, so you're just gonna like get out of my way, I got a gun?
Pretty
Or
much, yeah.
so they will I guess if you want to just roll an intimidation to see how that that comes across. See how well. Don't worry about your prejudice in this situation because that, and throw an additional +2 on there for
Physical
Being a
imposing.
sucker of troll.
well,
Being armed.
for being armed was one, and you can throw an additional one on there for being a troll, just because there are not many trolls in this area, and being an actually aggressive troll.
Do I get my +2 from physical specialization?
You sure do, because you are squaring up them giant troll shoulders and
Okay.
using your metahuman gifts to their fullest.
So that's +3 from modifiers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it should be 6, 7, 8. It should be 11 dice.
And check my limits. That's 5.
I will be right back. I drank
Yep.
way too much coffee this morning.
That's fine. So these guys are gonna look back amongst themselves. You think you see one of them kind of snickering, but then they're just gonna get on their bikes and begin to not exactly drive them off, but begin to leave the area, like kind of walking them with their feet, but the bike itself in neutral.
Aw, I was really
Can I
looking forward to
can
kill
I
them.
take a picture of their bike as
Sure.
they're leaving?
Yep, you have a picture of their bikes. They are a bunch of mirages.
And I'm gonna start taking pictures of the crime scene too,
Sure.
with the skid marks and the pink.
The gross pink of the thing.
You also want to take a sample? I would like to make a matrix perception check to see if I see any cameras who might have picked something up.
Sure. Go ahead and throw some dice. There are a couple of cameras in the area. Believe it or not, people are concerned about security of the things that they own in this area. I can't imagine why. There's no like communal host that they are slave to, but there is a couple of comlinks that, like, this building over here is going to be slave to this comlink, and this one is going to be over here, and then all of the various people around in the area also have comlinks.
I have
course.
returned.
Welcome back. You have not missed much of anything.
Cool.
Do you want to do one of those hacky things, or do you want to? What's your next plan of attack?
Before I would start to hack them, I would ask things like, what's the device rating of the thing? Like, what kind of defenses I have to expect? Like,
They are device rating 2, because they are not exactly the most exciting of cameras. The firewall, you're looking at a firewall 3 just from the ones that are slave to for the different businesses have spent a little bit more money in a wireless defense, given as this is an area populated
Okay.
mostly by criminals, and people are going to be doing basically what you're doing. Or about to do, I should
solving
say.
crimes?
Well, maybe. Wait.
Okay, then I would try to start the first one. The one that I would deem the most likely to
Sure.
have spotted something. And my specialization comes into play. Nice.
Hooray.
Of course, before that, I swap over sleeves to my best.
Yeah,
Matrix
all of that
attributes.
juggling that
Yeah.
people do. That needless bookkeeping that Catalyst has saddled us with.
Is anyone else getting kind of a buzzing in the audio, or is that just me?
I'm not getting anything.
Okay, it's just me then.
Get my... So you are able to have a mark on the camera?
Nice. Is that already enough to access the?
So you would be able
Files.
to kind of look at the files it's doing. You would need to actually do a
Edit
data
file.
search and then
A data search. Okay.
because you're going back 36 hours.
Hmm.
So you got to do that like fast forward rewind thing to kind of get the exact moments of
Yeah.
the accident,
Enhance its image.
and then an edit file will allow you to make a copy of it. And the matrix search in this situation is just to see how long it takes for you to, like, locating that section of time. Super easy to do. Narrowing it down to the section you want, and that kind of stuff is where the matrix search roll comes in.
By the way, can he check whether it's been tampered with?
Yep, that would be a matrix perception roll to see whether or not because with that you can see the last edit to a file.
Okay.
So it does not look as though this has been edited outside of the, the end of day, moving this to the save the archive, start new file for the next day. You're able to, within a couple of minutes, narrow this down to the, 3 minutes before the accident, and then 3 to 5, depending upon how long you want after that accident, you can actually go anywhere in there. But I just assume that you're going to want to see a couple minutes before the accident, and then
Definitely before the accident. That's definitely interesting. Maybe someone has built up some kind of ambush. And how much after it? I would give a let's say 20 minutes, up to 20 minutes after it.
Sure.
So there's a lot of cover. Yeah, then Stalk Wagon there.
Yep.
It's definitely more than enough.
So about 3 minutes prior to it, you will notice that the road that is in question is empty. There are no real pedestrians on it. You will see that there is a loud screeching of tires because this has a small, if crappy, audio sensor on it. You will see this bright pink bike come careening around the corner. It will then not take the corner the best, but in the process kind of rub up against the wall of the building, dump its rider, and then will be quickly followed by 2 Ancients motorcycles as the bike continues to drive off. And she is left on the ground there for a couple of minutes. About 2 minutes after being dropped on the ground and she is unmoving, you'll see that some of the local residents begin to filter out of their buildings because they heard a giant crash. In that group of people that come out to see what's up, there is a homeless looking man that comes out and goes to her, gives a look at her, and then kind of makes crazy person sounds at the group of people, kind of like a animal defending its territory. And he is driven off as Doc Wygan fast ropes in from a helicopter.
Okay. Is the bike after the accident still in the frame, or don't I see it anymore?
So it looks as though, when motorcyclists do that thing where they lean into a turn, it was performing that maneuver, hit against the building, dumped the girl off, and kept driving.
And the ancients were following it the entire time?
And then 2 ancient bikes go by, slightly slower. Still at a...
That makes sense.
Still at a high speed, but probably slowed down a bit to not get into the crash themselves.
Right, to not
Or
crash,
to not
or
fly out in the curve.
Or she was driving faster. She was driving at 55, they were driving at 50. Graham, actually, if you want to make a quick...
Yeah, I was just thinking of what the relevant skill would be.
Yeah, I feel like just a cars, or maybe a mathematics in there.
I do have mathematics that's quite high.
Yeah, if you want to throw that, you can probably do one of those frame by frame analysis because you have the street in front of you. You know how far a distance is and how quickly she went through on the camera. You'll be able to extrapolate how fast that she was going.
physics. How does it work?
I don't know.
In weird and ununderstandable ways.
Let's double check to make sure you did it correctly. And you did. Excellent.
Yay, bonus points.
Right? Well, I wanted to make sure this was not a greater than 10 situation.
If he had with D6s and beaten a 10, he should have gotten the successes as well.
Right? The pink bike seems to be going somewhere in the area of 65 to 70 miles an hour, depending upon which section of the curve you're talking about. The ancient bikes seem to be going in the area of 60. As a rigger, you know that is a incredibly dangerous speed unless you are jumped in, and even then, you would consider, unless you knew for certain that this area was going to be clear of anything that you could run into, like random kid coming out in the street, that's not a speed that you would go through this area.
Yeah, I don't see a corporate gal doing that on purpose anyway.
But we did hear the screech before they came along, and it probably might have sounded like multiple bikes. That's why I would speculate that it might have been a race.
Race?
Yeah, that's
Chase,
possible
more
too.
like it.
I mean, did the ancients, did they have weapons out or any other thing that, like something that would lead to the conclusion that they were chasing her in a sense of trying to stop her or trying to kill her or trying to harm her instead of just
So
trying to
they
take
didn't
over?
have they weren't brandishing katanas or assault rifles over their head or something like that.
This is World of Shadows?
Right? That being said, in the sixth world, there are plenty of ways to hurt people without an obvious weapon.
Sure.
So, we found out before that her vehicle was rigger adapted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Which means it could also be controlled remotely if someone
Yes.
wasn't jumped into it. Okay.
You could also control it remotely if it isn't rigid adapted, if you just control device, I think.
Right.
Yeah, but that would need wireless, but yeah. Or great
Yeah.
card.
Right. So, from the video, do we see her jacked into that vehicle at all? Like, do we see a data jack going from her to her vehicle, indicating that she was jumped in?
No, you do not. Gremlin does not see any evidence of her being jumped in.
Okay. So, I'm thinking that someone hacked her vehicle and kind of gave her one hell of a ride and then threw her off so they could steal it.
Yeah, probably.
Possible.
Yeah.
But also possible that you just overestimated her capabilities.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, the
And
ancients
why were the
going
ancients so
slower.
close by?
We should probably ask them.
It was definitely planned.
Just for clarity's sake, when you said 60 and such, you meant miles per hour, right?
Yes. Sorry for
Okay.
our people that are not fully relevant, or not relevant,
That are
fully versed in freedom units.
Yes.
Sorry, yeah, use reasonable measurements.
We are sorry for you non-Americans.
Yeah. How dare you not be American?
Having a decent economy helps.
Let's not get into that trap.
Yeah.
You're just lucky I don't listen to the news or anything.
So, but we just saw maybe a direction where the bike might have flown off, not where it where it came to a standstill.
So you don't see anywhere, like, the bike had continued, like, out of the camera shot, which had a bit of a
okay.
motion tracking on it because, oh boy, that's a lot of speed, and there was nothing really else going on the streets itself. It is gone off into the night somewhere, and
Okay.
you do not know where it has gone.
Wait, hold on. It crashed in and drove off, like by
Yes,
itself?
it hit against the wall, dumped her, and continued driving.
I believe
we know
looking
it-
for the ancient's hideout would be a good idea, or local chop shops, to see if anybody knows if maybe they stripped it for parts or somebody's working on removing restrictions of some sort.
Before we head out of this the scene of the crime, would I be able to scan the paint transfer to see if there's any RFID tags in the paint?
That would have come up on Alice's matrix perception rolls,
Oh, okay.
and there were not.
All right.
When you
Sorry to be
said
redundant.
that to be redundant, then sorry.
Yeah.
When you said dumped, I imagine it like she hit the wall, fell off the bike, and the bike continued. Maybe because it balanced itself, or maybe because it still was going so fast. Or was it really that the bike like reared up so that she was thrown off it?
More as though like when hitting the wall, or like just prior to the wall, her body kind of went limp, and when you're not holding on to a thing, you just fall off of it.
Oh, her body went limp.
Yeah.
Is there a way to use tracking skill on the bike?
If you want to, go ahead and throw it, and we can totally get a little bit more information depending upon how well you do.
Alright.
Probably a good idea then, yeah. Follow like skid marks, general direction, maybe there.
So you're able to, between the two of you, follow where the skid mark was, follow where it went around. The bike, Gremlin more so because she actually probably does this stuff with being a rigger.
From
you will
the
see where the
engineering group. Yeah.
Yep. You will see where the bike actually maintained a rightness to, like, you go in, you dip to do your motorcycle turn thing, but then you right itself to continue on. Like, you can get that out of the skid marks and tracks from the thing. It's a little hard to track where it went because there is a bunch of people here and it has been a little bit of time. However, you can kind of follow it for a little while beyond where the camera goes. And it goes deeper in Turstville to where you know that there is a, not necessarily like an ancient's hideout, but there is a block that they occupy. Not like a serious giant force of them, but is a hangout more than a hideout.
Right. I
Okay.
would like to send a fly spy over there to scout it out and see if there's any garages
Sure.
or anywhere they might store a vehicle even.
That is totally something you just grab one out of your pocket, and throw it into the air, and send it on its way.
Cool, I do that.
We spotted some people in the area who were wearing Ancient's colors
Well,
around
this happens,
us, right?
She just sent.
Yeah, I took a
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah, you have pictures of those guys, and Egrand, the giant troll who doesn't like elves, kind of saw them looking at you guys, looking at things, and
So I told him to fuck off.
exactly.
Well, they're probably going to tell their superiors now to move the merchandise, so that might be a good time to see where it might be going.
Or we could act fast and go there now before they have a chance to.
We don't know what scouts they have up. They might have, like, even street kids come tell them that we're coming, you know?
Yeah, good point.
A fly spy could be anybody.
True.
Can I roll my knowledge skill drugs to find out if she was just drugged and try to get out before something kicked in?
It would be a really high threshold, and you could give it a shot.
Yeah.
Would knowledge of biology or medicine also be appropriate for this?
You can throw it, but it's going to be kind of the same situation because you're looking at
The video, yeah.
a video of a person in questionable circumstances that you're not really sure on what is actually transpiring. Like there could have been a sniper dart that hit her that just wasn't caught on camera or something like that. There's a lot of
the whole thing was at high speed, and so.
And it's not a high-speed camera necessarily.
No, it's a device rating 2 camera. So
What? They don't have 500 FPS security cameras here?
no, this is not a high frame rate
Jeez.
situation. I'm sorry.
Frank, no.
We also have the bar and the club that we could check out.
Your current leads are the Ancients, the bar,
Yeah.
the club, the general populace in the area that you have not spoken to, or
Eyewitnesses? Who needs eyewitnesses?
yeah, right.
Wait.
Or there is, from the thing, you have the faces of a couple of people, including the crazy homeless guy.
Yeah, let's go talk to that dude.
With 4 hits on your medical stuff,
Yeah.
it doesn't necessarily, if it is something medically caused, without knowing her personal medical history, would have to be something that happened off camera. If she was exposed to some kind of drug, it wasn't on camera. You didn't see anything like that. If she has some kind of neurological disorder, I'm going to show my complete ignorance here. Something like an epilepsy, where just like the speed or whatever caused her brain to dump her. There was no evidence you can see of that on your look at the bit of film that you have.
Fair enough.
You
All
do,
right.
however, because it's a medical related thing, you will see that the dock wagon guys that come in, they will quickly lock down the area, put her on a headboard so that she can't move. Her arm, when they roll her over to kind of position her and get her out of there, looks wrecked. It is probably more efficient to get a cyber replacement for that than to go the couple of months it would take for a vat-grown cloned replacement. So at the very least, in the immediate future, she's probably looking at a chrome arm with because as it goes, if you're not an awakened type person, it doesn't really matter. So, let's throw a
Right.
chrome arm on there so you can continue with your daily life. And,
Or a technomancer.
or in 2 months, we'll throw
I mean,
A
she
cloned arm
probably
on.
has a. I assume she has a gimp or gimp.
I
don't
think
know
that's what they
the-
call them. Yeah.
Yeah, I assume she has a dogwag contract, so I believe she has a gimp already waiting for her. I believe it's something with love.
I think that's like the super high level of dock wagon contracts.
I just
I would
continue. I
assume.
look it up. So
Yeah, I think it would cost a whole lot because you have to feed that gimp, even though artificially, but still.
Like in
cost.
a
it's gold or better. Gold or better. You have a wimp already on hand to allow for replacements within 48 hours.
okay, then she has not quite a gold yet. She just has the basic. She will probably be upgrading to a gold after the wonderful treatment that she is receiving.
Yeah.
And there's a few other minor things that you can see, like the side of her head is a little caved in after they get the helmet off.
Ooh.
Not in a super gonna be dying way, but more of a around the eye socket broken where that may have done damage to the eye, that those might get replaced.
Yeah.
Gonna be surgery done.
Yeah. It is a bad accident, but in the wonderful world of the sixth world, when you can chop off your limbs voluntarily to get awesome robot arms, not that big of a deal. There's probably some internal trauma, but again, from this camera, without getting a better idea, that's hard for you to ascertain what that might be.
Right.
Does Horizon have a college or office or workspace in Touristville?
Probably not like an official one. There may be a guy who does local talent work that maybe then gets a finder's fee for people he hands over to Horizon. But I feel like they wouldn't be like, hey, here I am giant megacorp, let me get in this shitty area. And probably more so because they wouldn't want to disturb the natural fabric of the area. Because, this is where we're getting our product from if we go and mess with it. So street racing in the area, not like significantly random ones. It is something that happens from once in a while, not necessarily in this area. This is a little too congested in small quarters for your normal, let's put pink slips up against each other and see who wins.
Mm-hmm.
But that would be more on a larger strip where you can get more competitors at once.
Could I check something else? Could I check the day before that, before the accident? So exactly 24 hours before that. But yeah, just 24 hours before that is because you said the street is empty. And I would like to know, was it 20 hours before that also empty, or is there normally traffic there?
So about, as you are going through the camera feed, about a half hour or so beforehand, there are a couple of what looks like people in Ancients colors that are just, they're not riding bikes, they're just walking through, but they're kind of coming through and pushing people out of the, not violently, but like, hey, you guys gotta, come on, clear the area.
Yeah.
About a half hour or so before the thing. Prior to that, it is kind of like how you guys see it now, where somebody's stopping off at the Lucky Star Noodle to get their dinner. Somebody's going over here to that Stuffer Shack down on the corner to get whatever it is they get from the Stuffer Shack.
Okay.
This guy's over here going into the crappy electronics store to pick up a new Metalink because his is on the fritz. Normal touristyville life. There's a dude over there getting mugged. There's a homeless guy panhandling, that kind of thing.
Okay, so someone must have cleared the area.
Yep.
Or the Ancients have cleared the area, so they knew that something was about to happen.
Yeah.
Which means they were getting ready for a street race then, if they were clearing pedestrians.
It does definitely support that theory.
So then if she was racing, I mean, I hate to, jump on the victim blaming bandwagon here, but if she was racing, she kind of knew what she was getting into. Are we really just here for the bike now, since this was more of an accident?
We are here to deal justice.
Yeah, we have to bring justice. So I think they have to have a place where they meet up and discuss where they're going to race.
So should we head to that hangout then?
One of the two leads we have.
The question, of course, is, was the race fair play?
That's also a fair point, yeah.
So what we're going to do, guys, is we've been going for about an hour and a half. Let's take a quick 5-10 minute break. You guys go get drinks, go to the bathroom, whatever. Roll the various things around in your head for a while. I will try to answer some of the Twitch chat questions. Twitch, please ask all the questions you want. When we come back from that break, we'll do a little bit of GM roundtable type things to ask GM-oriented questions. And then we will get back into it and we can figure out some more things. Sound good?
Excellent.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So, Fork you, I saw that you made a question earlier about perception tests. So, what I did earlier when they were rolling perception tests throughout the thing, you noticed that the ones with really high perceptions, they saw the tracks, they saw the paint transfer, and some of the other clues in that area. However, it doesn't make a lot of sense for 5 people to all, let's just crowd around this. So I gave Egrad the troll, with his higher vantage point and his dislike of elves. He also got like 5 hits on his thing. So what he saw was the ancients that were in the area kind of giving them the stink eye as they were looking into the stuff. That is mainly what he noticed, because that, as his personality, would be something he pays a little bit more attention to. So rather than just, you got a lot of hits. This is the information you get as a team. I gave them slightly different but still more character relevant information, if that makes sense. I don't know if that really answers your question. Please post follow-up questions. I will totally like to get into it. Perception tests are kind of a weird thing with the way it works when everybody rolls perception rather than other people. I'm gonna run to the potty real quick. Man, we got everybody chit-chatting about it in the Skype chat too. I will also come clean it. This is a run that I've actually done on the Runner Hub. It is very interesting to see the difference in groups into how they are approaching the same situation.
Yeah, I suppose.
Granted, the characters and players involved are vastly different, but at the same time.
Right, right. Well, I suppose, I mean, it depends on the brains behind the dice, too, you know?
Very true. To answer Frown Bear's question, what is the first thing you think of when you're making a scenario, a run, or a campaign? Shadowrun is everywhere in your everyday life. You just kind of have to train yourself into seeing it. For example, if you're familiar with American football, there was a thing a couple of years ago about Manti Te'o and his fake girlfriend hitting the news that basically ruined his career. That can easily be a Shadowrun. You hire some people. There is an up-and-coming athlete who, for whatever reason, because in reality you don't need a reason to want to ruin somebody's career. Maybe you're graduating from the same class and you have the same position that you play as him and you're trying to increase your draft stock. So you have one of your rich people that, you got a scholarship to a prestigious campus, so your family obviously comes from some kind of money to hire some people to make his life worse. Make him not an attractive option. All of a sudden, they set him up, do some social engineering on him, hack into his personal information, get what he's into, have their face, do a couple of weeks of messing with him, and then all of a sudden it comes out she's not real, and he finds out, and that story gets linked to the press. Sounds like a pretty good Shadowrun to me. It's a little bit of a longer timeline thing. It's like not something you can really do in a week, but if it's, let's say, January and the draft is in August, you have time.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen on the hub, I've seen like, I'm here for like now 7 months on the hub. I've seen like 20 smear campaign runs. It's like, that's typical. It's the usual thing you do. I mean, there's the one run where Sony hired people to disgrace another company by By posting dick pics all over the presentation of a new game.
That's
I shit you
whoops.
not, that actually happened.
Sounds like a
That's
not
not
Bob
cool.
run.
That's dirty.
Yeah. There was a I'm trying to think of another. I also go to tropes and cliches a lot. One of the contacts on the hub is basically Ogre from Revenge of the Nerds. Giant bro.
Nice.
One of the other GMs made basically a Cal-free version of him where he uses his father's money because he's super rich to hire teams of specific adepts to do things for him. Like there was a volleyball tournament that me and a couple of other runners went down to California for just like a relaxing kind of just the mechanical thing we went down there was for a little soul searching initiation type deal. But it was just to like, all right, let's get out of Seattle, let's go to the beach, it'll be fun. And we met up with Mandrew. And as happens in those kind of situations, somebody failed their etiquette test and kicked sand onto his towel. And that is how Mandrew was introduced as a dude, like coming at him.
Yeah.
You kick sand on my towel at the beach, you don't do that. Especially not to somebody who's super rich.
Yeah, and now he's pissing off runners by...
Yeah. Mandrew has since begun to terrorize the hub in various ways, and I look forward to his next run. But
I look forward to shooting him in between the eyes, but yeah.
the that run continued to where we got involved in a volleyball tournament, which, you know, we're badass street samurai. Of course we've got the agility and the reaction and the strength to beat some dudes in volleyball. Turns out Mandrew had hired a team of Aztec volleyball adepts. Because that is what Andrew does. One of the runs he did up here in Seattle, he had a team of rowing adepts that abused runners with oars.
Yeah. No shit.
So when Mandrew began to come up into Seattle, Butch,
It was really... They want that. I was on that run. It was amazing. Always to see.
So when Mandrew started to come up into Seattle territory, it's one of those things. It's like, well, now there's a bro off, and they will clash because whoa, this is my territory, bro. Nah, bro, I'm coming in, bro. You get the idea. So there was a couple of shootings at Seattle University in the hub's timeline. So I shut down the two contacts that are related to there. The administrative person who was getting runners into college so that they could learn various technical schools and training and that kind of thing. He was unavailable for 2 weeks because he was filing out paperwork. And Butch, the jock at the school, was very much like, bro, they won't let me hold any parties. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hold a party. And he went to California. While he was in California, Mandrew counterattacks. There's this girl that Butch was into. Mandrew seduces her out from underneath of him, and Butch is thinking, this is bro shit, man. This is not going to stand. He calls up here to Seattle, gets a couple of musically inclined runners to come down and have a battle of the bands on the beach versus Mandrew and the men.
I've seen that.
So that was a little bit of a long situation because it is the result of the living campaign. Like, I don't know if I would exactly call that a campaign type situation, but if you guys are in for some crazy pink mohawk, just fun, silly stuff, that could totally have been like 4 or 5 games building up to the battle of the bands on the beach type situation. It's like a 3-hour long run that is on my it's not on my YouTube channel, but it's on the link that I put in there about these games. So if you guys have 3 hours to kill,
Yeah.
it's a fun, silly romp involving lots of tropes and the most metal of bands that you will ever meet.
Also, it ends with...
Pretty awesome.
Don't tell them how it ends. Don't tell them how it ends. That would be ruining it. It ends in a hopefully an appropriately metal way.
Yeah, the most metal way possible. Good. Shit. No, not gonna spoil it. It's too amazing. Just watch it.
Um,
Definitely check it out.
I enjoy tropes because they're something that all of us can draw inspiration from. When I described to you the 5-floor Japanese pagoda that you're gonna have to fight your way through dudes to get to the top because that is where your captured girlfriend is. Everybody gets that picture in their mind. They have the idea. And as you come up to the top and there's a dude holding her and another dude with a sword and he's ready to sword fight you when the rain begins to fall, everybody's immediately in that headspace. They know they've seen a TV show, a cartoon, a movie, they've read the TV tropes page. It kind of brings everybody together in that situation. That was also another run that I did.
Yep.
It was a lot of fun. The main enemies in that run were totally not Sub-Zero and totally not Scorpion as two sword-wielding Mystic Adepts.
Versus 2 other sword-wielding Mystic Adepts.
Yes. So it's been a couple of minutes. Unless, well, we can give Twitch chat a chance to say some other questions that they may have. You guys here in the chat, do you have questions either about just GMing in general or about what has been going on so far? I promise not to give away spoilers for what's actually happening behind the scenes.
Not really. Having fun so far.
Excellent.
Although, I should admit, I haven't scratched the gamer itch in like months because I just moved across my state and away from my regular group. So
that is unfortunate. You should check out the Runner Hub. There are games at all kinds of different times throughout all kinds of different days.
Yep.
So while we have the moment,
Yeah.
can you explain to me how programs work on a rigger control console?
Mostly the same, with the exception of the things that are like plus attack or plus sleaze rating. The RCC is not a attack 0 or sleaze 0 device. It is an attack dash. It has nothing, so therefore you can't boost it. But if you wanted to say use signal scrub to give you a little bit of extra noise cancellation, you just slot it in there. It takes one of the slots that your RCC would normally have for either noise reduction or sharing. Some GMs at your table may be a little bit more questionable on things like virtual machine can get a little funny because it allows you to run extra programs. That is a personal mileage. I like to throw a bunch of things on there, like signal scrubs. One I almost always take. I almost always take the
Baby monitor, but that's a Decker program.
that baby monitor's not relevant because you're not going to be building an OS score. But mostly just like the firewall boost, the data processing boost, the one that if you're if somebody goes to trace icon you, they don't get your physical location. That kind of stuff. But mostly I save that space for autosofts because that is what I'm going to be kind of doing.
And so for best practices in combat, you would want what, like maneuvering and targeting?
Yeah, it depends upon, because Gremlin is built very much as a boots on the ground rigger, not as a sit in my van, roll out my heavily modded singular vehicle. I'm going to be jumped in all the time because those are really easy to build. All you do is you throw a bunch of points in gunnery and the associated pilot skill. You don't have to worry about autosofts. Gremlin was built as more of a fire support. Like she's going to be out there on the field, throwing some lead down range, but will also be like in the game that she's played in. There are 2 street samurai type people. She has 2 Dobermans, so what she's going to be doing is providing battlefield support through her fly spies to kind of get a look on the area and see what's up, and then one Doberman is going to go with each of the street samurai, and their job is suppressing fire, what your associated street samurai is with. That's their main job. You're going to impose a dice pool penalty to that guy, and my street samurai is going to have a better chance of hitting him. As she goes forward,
suppressive fire is it's bonkers.
it is kind of
Well, I can imagine it's useful for flanking too, and
Yeah,
try to
there's-
draw out from cover.
And at the end of the day, because of the way I have them kitted out, they have Ingram Smart guns, which are a really nice, cheap gun. If, in the worst case scenario, we got to bug out, I'll turn my 2 Dobermans and just suppress the guys that are coming after us. I'm out 12 grand, but we live. That's not
Yeah.
a huge investment. There are people that I'll see build up riggers, and they'll have it'd be a roto drone with a weapon mount and an Ares Alpha and APDS ammo and grenades, and it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's like a 15 grand piece of equipment there with 8 soak dice. Like,
Yeah.
a strong gust of wind can take that thing down. It gets better with Rigger 5 and stuff, and I will be getting some. I will be picking up some more drones for her as time goes on, because she's only recently gotten a little bit of money kind of floating around. But it'll probably be more of the utility type drones. I will likely grab one of the.
I want one of those pigeon drones.
Snatch and grab sounds good.
Is it the snatch? There's one that's like the flying version of a snatch and grab that I will probably get, because that'll let me like med evac or med drop in people to places.
Yeah.
I will probably get some of the mechanic drones, like the Pro Lariat type thing. We'll maybe trick out some vehicles, but like the riggery things that she has done so far, beyond the just fly spy reconnaissance on things, we needed an additional truck. So we bought from my contact, Big Bob, who is that sleazy used car salesman from the south. Come on down to Big Bob's auto show.
Nice.
From him, I got a Dodge Industrial that was barely functioning. Like, it's got that 25-mile guarantee of it that it'll drive for 25 miles, but after that, you're on your own. So I got it on the cheap, so that we could
Also
transport.
known as a tail light guarantee. As long as I can see the tail lights, it's covered by the warranty.
I like it. So I got that, and then when we got paid, I took some of the money from the job that we did, and spent like a week of downtime fixing it so that it would no longer be a hazard. So we as a team got an industrial for half to 2/3 cost, because she has the appropriate skills as far as that. Outside of that, she hasn't really done anything riggery yet. There was a weapons deal that we were arbitrating that she was able to supply armorer knowledge on the firearms that we were selling. Her firearms knowledge of these are the kind of things. When those dudes drove in on their Black Ops not Humvees, SUVs, I was able to give the team information on what possible armaments they had. So there are lots of ways to play a rigger, and it's unfortunate that most of the times that I see them, it is in the form of, I'm going to get a bunch of drones and throw lead down range.
It's either that or turning an APC into their version of a Gundam,
Right.
Yeah, no. I've seen a rigger go completely bonkers against common sense. And yeah, didn't end well. Let's just say it that way.
I mean, there's nothing in the rules against the flying roadmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing but common sense saying you that KE will shoot you down.
Like,
Yeah.
that guy's clearly up to something. To answer some Twitch questions real quick, Legendary Poro asked, when you have the broad idea for a run, how do you refine it, legwork, NPC backstories, etc.? Usually when I get an idea, and at the end of this I will go through how I came up with the idea in my head for this run in particular, but obviously I can't say that now. A lot, and I'm gonna let you in on a secret here, a lot of the refining comes in the middle of the run.
Yeah.
Planning
That's the thing I
everything
thought.
out super detailed is only going to waste your time because the players are going to go in a completely different direction. Um, and unless you really know the people you're playing with for a while, it's going to be hard for you to anticipate that. A lot of it falls back upon like the things we were talking about earlier, cliches and tropes. Um, in this situation, the Johnson is a moderately wealthy person who is unhappy with how his very personally important situation is being handled by the law enforcement. So what's he doing? He's getting it done his way, as he's used to doing. From there, we went with a small contradiction of making him an overweight elf. And to give him that kind of dismissive attitude and make him memorable. Like I'm not going to toot any horns here, but I'm willing to bet that that is the first overweight elf anybody here has ever run into.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen like the elves. Usually, the stereotype elves, they keep themselves in kind of good shape.
Yep, that's probably most people that are well off in the sixth world for just because they have access to the medical technology through either symbiotes or just augmentations to allow them to eat as much crap as they want. It's like I'll just get a super thyroid gland and I'll eat whatever I want, and then it'll just burn off naturally. It'll just boost my metabolism. Then there's like all the gene optimization and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Most people will have a symbiont because it's just like, yeah, he has $2,000, and now you can eat whatever you want, and
Yep.
actually for like
Um,
£2.
some of the legwork, I'll have a basic idea of where they would go. But that'll be kind of dependent upon the type of run you're building. Like in the Manti Teo run, you would do information on who he is, where he's going to school, what are his personal vulnerabilities, and what is his future kind of look like. Most of that would be handled either from social end of if you have a runner on your team that is of the college type age, you could maybe just have them walk around campus because campuses aren't exactly, checkpointed to get into. But you would be able to like walk on campus. You could do some casual observation wearing just like a Seattle University jacket. You pick one up from the gift shop, you're good to go. Nobody's going to pay you any mind. There's tons of people there. You can just be around. You want to get a little bit more in depth, you hack your guy into the actual school, into some of his classes, and stalk him down that way. Your decker can get his school records. If you have anybody that has like an he would probably be an urban brawl player, not a football player in Shadowrun, but who is into that area, they could go to a couple of their buddies that talk about the draft or that kind of thing, find information out about him that way. And then there's the more direct things of like the search power from spirits is going to be used to find him if they need to do anything with him. As far as NPC backstories, a lot of that comes to me in the middle of the run as we are going, and then it's just a matter of sticking to it. Like on the hub, you will probably look at the player sheets that you're bringing up, look at their negative qualities. I will say that in this situation, the players thus far involved in this run that are elves were elves prior to Egrand having a prejudice against elves. But the run that I ran last night, I knew that they were going to go into a corporate facility, but I didn't know what corporation that was until I looked through the characters that I was probably choosing for the run. Found out one had a specific knowledge skill on Renraku due to some backstory stuff. So all of a sudden they were running against the Renraku facility. I did the same thing to another guy who had an Ares corporate sin, and he was the only person at the Johnson meet that the Johnson would directly talk to, look at, shake just his hand, because on the hub you don't necessarily know each other. So somebody that is a corporate individual is a little bit more like, all right, is he here spying on us, or is he, or is there something else going on that these two people know each other? So
I
that
had
kind of stuff
something.
comes up. If it's like an inconsequential person, like a bouncer at the bar, don't be afraid to ask your players to throw flavor on it. Remember that I am not telling a story. We are crafting a story.
Right.
I could sit here and try to speak at you for hours about what's going on, and you guys just listen, and that would be really boring for four of us, I'm sure.
It's one of those things. If it's inconsequential enough, you can just go to your players and use the improv rule of yes and.
Yeah.
Never say no to anything if it's inconsequential.
Yeah. I have a nice anecdote for that. I was in a run up with Cat9.
Mhm.
Some may know him. And yeah, he basically planned this whole out. We were beginning at the start of the what was this, hunting season matter, and
Uh-huh.
he planned to drug the runners at the end.
Oh.
And in the aftermath, he didn't told us. He told us he didn't know anything about the drug he wanted to use until I asked for my character to purchase K10.
Whoops.
Yep, and that got him the idea of, hey, let's just drug them with K10.
Yeah.
Start right with K10, they will kill themselves.
Don't have to do anything.
And yeah,
Um,
it kind of worked out with Jaws, my human adept, shark adept, enraging nearly and going after the team, but then she found a better target, and yeah, rest
it
is
was
history.
it was a mess. The
Yeah.
one of the variations from the first time I ran this particular scenario was the ancients were not at the crime scene when the runners went to investigate it. They spawned, for the lack of a better word, when Ingrid got a bunch of hits on his perception test because he would be able to see things. So I put them there to egg him on in his prejudice, and because it actually contributed to the story. It's like, all right, you see that they are looking at you, checking this thing out. You can, as he chose to do, scare them off. You could have gone over and talked to them and found that information that way. But that comes in on like the NPC backstories and stuff. To move it along into Entrix's, actually let's do a Frown Bear's question real quick. A couple of quick and easy tips for the RP thing is I never you will never hear me say, Gwyn, what are you doing? It'll always be back alley, what are you up to? Never referring to them by their name, always character name.
Yeah.
In a situation like Shadowrun, you can very easily, if somebody's getting into the RP, just slide them an extra point of edge. If they're doing not, my character is this, but I am such and such, give them that extra point of edge. Any kind of little benefits along those lines will begin to train your players in a very Pavlovian method to get into it. The other thing is one of the podcasts that I linked. He talks about the out of character unicorn, which if you take your hand and you make a fist and you put it in the middle of your forehead and extend your pinky whenever you are talking out of character, because this makes you feel ridiculous, and it helps to keep you in character and the game having that immersive aspect of things. Dungeon World and, well, less Dungeon World, but Savage Worlds has a wonderful system for this. They give out bennies, which lets you re-roll dice. Giving them out in Savage Worlds is something that the game actually really encourages, because the more bennies you have, the more likely you are to do crazy stuff. Because like, oh, I want to swing from the chandelier and leap across the room and, cut down the curtain on the bad guy. That's awesome. Roll some dice, and if they fail, it's like, I'll use a Benny. I'm re-rolling it, and it'll bring that extra thing in there. The Savage Worlds is a lot more of a pulpy game, but you can do a similar thing with, not only with Edge here, now that I'm thinking about it, but you can throw them an extra 1 or 2 bonus dice for things. And in a home game, this is really easy to do if it's like, all right, I'm going to negotiate with this guy, and they throw how they're doing it and what they're talking about, you can just get like 2 of your dice and just slide them across the table to them, and they can add that into their dice pool that they're like as they're making their handful of dice to throw. Just like, here's 2 more, and the more you do that, the more you do it, and the more people get involved in it, the more you can begin to cut back on giving the bonus dice and give them for really good roleplay type stuff. But the players will begin to notice, oh, he got 2 extra dice because he was talking about how he was trying to throw a con on the security guard that was coming up to stop them because they were caroling at Christmas time, and the face was all of a sudden like, oh, I'm sorry, hold on, and pulls out his comics like, let me just turn my holiday cheer down. I was running a chip. I'm sorry. It's a in-universe thing that is a little bit more that's like, I'm just going to con him. Throw 2 more dice. To get back to Antrix's question of how do you determine what can be found by a matrix search, for the most part, the second part of modifiers like different grid and so on, for the most part, I throw them away because there are, for one, you're probably spending 45 minutes to an hour on an in-depth matrix section anyway. Adding a couple of seconds to each roll as you try and figure out different grid modifiers, no, it does nothing to enrich the game unless it's dramatically appropriate. If you are in a pitched cyber combat battle trying to defend your vehicle from being bricked while KE is chasing you down, throw 4 dice penalty in there for noise, different grid. Don't quantify what it's for. Just throw a couple of dice penalty because you're in an incredibly stressful situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's also because of the time, because matrix searches take time.
Yeah. Stuff that can be found by matrix search, it really depends upon the individual things you're looking for. Things like building floor plans is a very common thing that you search for. You can find something, at the very least like a projected thing, but remember, remodeling happens all the time, so things will get moved around. An up-to-date version of those floor plans you will probably only find by hacking into the host. Maybe it might not even be on their specific host. They may have to get in there and get a couple of different camera angles and maybe be able to build their own version of the floor plan. And then on the higher end stuff, you're not even going to get that. You'll get a little bit of information, but it's all after that has been like, address 123 has been purchased by Ares for private
construction project.
Something.
For project, some kind of crazy thing. And that's all you're going to find on it, because Ares has went through the effort and just erased all the rest of that information. It is extraterritoriality. You ain't going to get it.
Yeah.
In the situation of different grids for things like Technomancers that are running a transcendent grid, I would maybe give them a little bit more, like a base overall search. You're going to get so much information. But on a specific grid, I would perhaps give them a little bit more flavor, as like you're going to know that Ren Rockru facility was recently purchased by that. That's just going to be on the major thing. As a flavor thing, you might get the aesthetic that they're going for, that maybe they are setting this place up in a more traditional sense, so that this way when people are doing some more of their legwork, they might set up their icons in a traditional samurai/geisha theme. They may want to make sure that they are getting a better disguise into a specific Asian theme to fit with the Japanicorp's, with basically racism. That kind of thing. To answer Vapor's question of what do you do when the players are amazingly good at solving the game, so that'll really depend upon the run itself and that kind of stuff. For example, if this run was, I need you to go kill some ancients, and they decided to roll in just like, all right, we're just going to drive there and blow stuff up, there's not a whole lot of complications you can get into outside of KE showing up and that kind of thing. Complications that I have given here so far for this run is your victim is unconscious in a coma, so you can't ask her things. You could go there and you could you could do things at the hospital, but she herself not available. The bike is missing and has no wireless, so you can't just Google search for it to find it. In this particular case, you don't have a mage, so you can't use the OP search power. But even then, there are things you could do about the search power um, to kind of nerf it a little bit.
Yeah, like I can tell about something like that. Bob did
Yeah.
something in a run like 12 hours ago. I let my spirit search a unicorn. What Rob did was this run was placed in Australia, so there are awakened paracritters. Those are
Oh
dual
yeah,
natured, and yeah, and he
they
used
attack the
shadow
spirit.
crawlers.
Are those
Yeah, no.
terrifying?
Shadow crawlers. Yeah, 15 centimeter spiders that eat spirits.
Yeah, no, those are gross. Um,
Yeah, it was amazing to fight them. Well, fight. We never spent and then blew them up, but you know.
Yeah, I was worried for you guys watching that.
um, you don't want to. Sometimes having the feeling of being amazingly good at solving the run is a reward in and of itself, and you don't want to cheapen that by throwing, oh, but now something went wrong, to just to extend the playtime. Um, some of that can also be solved by having a discussion like an adult, like sit down with your players and be like, okay, guys, I'm having a little bit of trouble finding out ways to really challenge you. What do you guys? What are some other avenues you want to explore? Um, there is also downtime activity, like saying, "Oh, I have 2 weeks until your next run." Well, what are you guys doing during that run? You guys can. We are here to role play, right? It's a role playing game. Get into some of that. You can even hit them with some of their contacts. Call them like, "Yo, I need help. My sister needs a date to the prom."
That's a good one.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't have to be the prom, but you get the idea. Just like your street samurai that is all guns and ammo, have one of his contacts up, bro, I need a hand. I need you to do something, and have it be something that street samurai is not necessarily great at. Put him in a social situation. Have him like,
Oh
yo,
yeah.
like his black market arms contact calls up, is like, yo, I need you to help me demonstrate in front of these people and talk about how great the AK-97 is. Enemies who try to find the PCs, it depends upon how those enemies were made. Remember, your Shadowrunners, you do advertise yourself as doing criminal things. There was an interaction I had between one of my characters and one of Patty's characters, where my character made comment of there's a difference between fighting and hunting, and Patty's character said he was always up for a fight, and my character was like, you don't understand the difference. So what he did was, given that he knows Patty's character was a Shadowrunner, he went to his fixer. It was like, hey, I need you to put out a job to hire, giving a description of that guy. I want to hire him to do a thing. And he got in contact with his fixer, and then a little bit of jackpoint knowledge that Patty's character and the guy that I got in contact with were friends more so than business associates. So I pitched it to him straight, and I was like, here we go. Your buddy doesn't really know what he's getting into and doesn't understand the difference between what I'm talking about. I need your help to help send that message. So I paid the stupid gnome 2,000 new yen to take me to his buddy Banjo's house. I had my character tie a cowbell around his minotaur horn, and then when he woke up in the morning, it was like, now you know the difference between being ready for a hunt and being ready for a fight. and then my character deleted the information from his comm links and took some lays so that he wouldn't remember because that's how professional it is. You could do it in a less direct way. Your contact calls up, hey, just to let you know, somebody's asking questions about somebody that matches your description or was involved in this kind of job. I keep an eye out, and that is something that you can very easily foreshadow of. If they did something really high profile that they weren't exactly clean on, you don't necessarily penalize them, but be like, yo, somebody's asking these questions. I didn't tell them anything, but I got to go dark. So I will call you when I'm back around. And then that contact can become unavailable for 2 weeks.
Yeah, you have to remember it's a world outside that reacts. It's not just the players and the targets, but also all of it around. So if they make a splash, the waves will hit somebody.
On a side note, like if they make some giant high profile thing, the jobs that they're offered can be starting to skew. If like they begin to get a reputation for solving things by going in gun blazing, explosions everywhere, they're going to probably get more of those types jobs. But at the same time, people might begin to lowball them, or they might get notoriety because you're now going on crazy murder fests. Their fixers and stuff may be like, yo, you guys are really hot right now. I'm sorry, I can't really find anything for you. But a repeated Johnson that their fixer hooks them up with is that gives them a call. It's like, yo, I had a job for you guys, but you're collecting a lot of heat, and I'm sorry that I can't make this offer to you. Like little nudges, unless they do something crazy like publicly assassinate the mayor on TV where their faces are all over the place. That's a little bit harder. In that case, it's a bunch of public awareness. You can sell it by having more checkpoints. And Trix, your thing's not muted when you hammer your keyboard like that.
Sorry.
That's fine. Sorry, I was reading the Twitch chat there. Hosts are one of those things where there's a lot of specific rules for them, and it may just be people being lazy about that kind of stuff. I will let those guys begin to continue conversing about host stuff in the Twitch chat. I guess we will get back into it, guys, if you have no other immediate questions, and we will kind of go nuts.
Sounds good.
When last we left our intrepid criminals, they had just investigated a crime scene that they did not create themselves. You guys have a couple of links. You have the bar or the nightclub, the ancients, the homeless guy, or the general pedestrians in the area. What would you like to do?
I should ask, does anybody have a pretty good charisma? Because it's not my strong suit.
It's not most people's strong.
See. I've got a charisma of 5 and a social limit of 9.
See, that's pretty good.
So, let's see. Social skills, we've got con, influence, skill group, etiquette, leadership, negotiation. All at 3 or higher.
Not bad. So should we canvass for some witnesses? Maybe talk to that homeless person we know saw the crime?
Yeah, if you guys want to
find the homeless person.
Yeah. Those of you who wish to go looking for the homeless guy, if you want to roll some perception tests. Those of you who wish to mingle with the crowd and try and figure things out, if you want to roll some etiquette.
I think I'm going to go for a completely different option and try
Perfect.
to find out who this father of her is and if he is the Johnson or not, because I'm still iffy about that. And that's of course when roll 20 throws me out.
Yeah.
Obvious.
Damn.
Yeah, I think that BA will go for some noodles and like offhandedly ask the owner if they like happen to see something.
Sure.
I ask around the local everything, local businesses in general.
I'm gonna be mingling with the crowd in and around the crime scene, just maybe overhearing some conversation, chiming into a conversation when appropriate, and exiting said conversations gracefully, yada yada yada.
Yep. So let's just start with the top with who was the? There it is. Okay. With your 5 hits, grand on your perception test, you're able to find a small group of homeless people down one of the alleyways that are kind of not quite trash can fire, but definitely more like little space heater type thing. They're keeping warm around. It is, Seattle and it is cold, but they are chilling out there. Quite literally chilling actually for most of them. What kind of stuff did you want to know about Earl?
One, I would see if I can get a picture to
You have
compare it to the
you have a
Johnson.
picture from when you had it was a picture of the two of them together welcoming them into the Horizon family. Sorry if
So
that didn't.
did I see him? Like, was he the Johnson? Or is he
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes, he is the
Okay.
Johnson.
I
Okay.
approach the group of homeless guys and overlay the homeless guy's face in my AR and describe him to the homeless people gathered in a group
Sure.
to ask whether they know him.
So back alley, the noodles are pretty good, for a soy noodle place. Um, the guy gives you the gruff because he knows how things go in this area. You don't answer questions, you don't get in trouble. Unfortunate with the one hit. Um, skipping around here a little bit. Damsel and Damsel actually got some decent. The people you talk to are like, we didn't see the actual accident. We came out afterwards and saw her laying on the ground, but then one of the crazy homeless guys comes out of the area and kind of begins being crazy and chases them off. The ancients come through every once in a while when they're doing some strange things just to clear the road, and then they usually tear ass through here on their stupid bikes. It's a general nuisance, but they don't actually hurt anybody in the process, and they're usually patrons of the area. Graham, were you going with Ingrand, or were you splitting up to investigate a different alleyway on your own?
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yes. I was with the burn barrel and the homeless folk.
Okay, so the two of you, so the giant troll and the rigger are coming down this alleyway. Ingrand, what's your? Are you just like, have you seen this guy?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. So you're
You
gonna,
know this guy.
as you do, they're gonna do the hood up over their heads a little bit and kind of look around and begin to whisper some things between themselves.
Can I perception roll that?
Sure.
Okay. For audio enhancers, I add my rating to the dice pool and the
And the limit.
limit, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So you will see that there is one of the Graham. Since you're here, also you can roll a separate perception on this small group of people. The first one was simply to see how well you would be able to find them, and
That's an etiquette roll.
it's an etiquette roll with a bunch of Nuyen on it. Excellent, well played, sir. So Ingran's kind of giving them the stink eye after they begin to rustle at his question. One of the guys is going to look back and forth between Gremlin holding the cred stick in her hand and one of the other dudes that is there. There's 4 of them at the little heating thing. One dude is looking back and forth between you and the guy opposite him. Egrad, you also see this. I don't know what you want to make out of it, but nobody's really acting, and the 2 guys that are there, 2 of the 4 guys that are there are the same general build and stuff. The guy that he is looking back and forth between seems a little buffer than normal. It's a little strange. Like, he has nice square shoulders. He doesn't seem as though he is not eaten in a while. And his clothes, while are a little bit too perfectly homeless.
Mm-hmm.
So I will...
Like they're picked up at a thrift shop?
Perhaps, if you wanted to be paranoid about things. While you guys are debating what's going on there, Alice, with your search, big projects, not so much. He is more of a consistent type man. He does more of your what's the word I want, because I'm not super in the TV. Spin-off type shows where, you know how we have CSI and CSI Miami and CSI.
Yeah.
He's got a line of those kind of things, but it's not using like law, like light errant, but it is using his own hyper idealized police force between the bunch of them. Are the ancients known to cheat in street races?
It's my gang's knowledge.
Okay.
Forgot to get that in there.
Cheat is a very loose term when you're participating in criminal activities.
Yeah, I mean, oh, sorry.
It's one of those.
mean, if I look,
Go ahead.
sorry.
Go.
No, I was just thinking like if you go into like battle biking or battle racing, it's like as long as you don't kill your opponent, nearly everything is legal to do.
It depends
It's
upon the type of
I'm
race.
remembering.
There is and who is involved. If it is a ancient on ancient race to solve some kind of interior dispute, that they would probably not cheat or bend the rules in. But if it was like versus another gang for turf or something along those lines, they might. If it was one of the situations where the victor is going to tell the story of, yeah, we raced, yeah, he totally tried to cheat, but I beat him anyway, they could do some of the more subterfuge type things. And every once in a while, the movie biz will have official gangers into things to add some realism to their guys, which then usually gets exaggerated, as I struggle for the word. It's like, oh, we're gonna have some biker gangers in here. Let's call up some biker gangers, pay them a little bit of Nuyen to give them some authentic feel to our people. But back in the alley, what are you guys gonna do with this shifty-eyed looking guy and a guy who doesn't look quite homeless?
Do any of them look like the guy who in the video?
The guy that doesn't look quite homeless has the same general build. The video didn't have a really good shot of his face because they all have that homeless hood up. But of the guys in the immediate area, this looks like the has a decent chance of being him. And the other guy there is looking back and forth between him and Gremlin, who is assisting you in your question asking with a little cred stick with some nougat on it.
I message Gremlin over DNI. Should I just intimidate the larger person, the one who doesn't look homeless?
Yeah. Not sure intimidation is the thing I have.
You have a giant troll. You have intimidation by proxy.
Man, should I
Yeah.
do that?
Yeah, you do that.
Okay.
So what do you want to say
And
to them? In your
I'll prepare a fly spy just in case they start hoofing it.
yeah, your other fly spy is nearly at the ancient's place, by the way.
Amazing. Can't wait.
I walk up and get up in his personal space. And
So
tell
as you approach them, they will begin to kind of back off because big man coming through.
I look at the guy and say, you know, you don't look quite as homeless as you should, and you do look quite a lot like this person in the video. I'm gonna ask you nicely to tell me the truth, or I'm not gonna be so nice.
Sure.
So that's intimidation, right?
Yep. And you will get your physical for being a giant troll.
That's nice. They aren't tails, right?
Are you comfortable with that level of success?
Not really.
Would you like to spend edge on it, or are you...
Sure. I'll spend an edge point. That's for reroll, right?
Yep, and you will be able to reroll 6 dice.
The limit stays the same, or?
Yes.
Aw.
Alright. That's right.
Still
So-
better.
Yeah, it is. It is a net positive increase. I will roll his dice to see what he does. Almost glitching. So the 3 guys are gonna begin to kind of, well, I want nothing to do with this. The one who was eyeing up Grem's cred stick is gonna, as he kind of runs by, make a motion to grab for it. Do you let him have it, or are you gonna try and pull it back?
Not unless we're going to get some information.
Well, these 3 guys have kind of bailed in like the running past you out the alleyway. The target guy at the moment is kind of standing up in a slow fashion, more of like a low ready, like a cat ready to pounce or to do. He's coiled, I guess is the word, not necessarily running in fear, we'll say. Sorry, roll a second set of dice. I should have done. Okay. Do you let the guy snatch the credit stick from your hand, or are you just gonna hold on to it?
Sure, I'll let him have it.
All right. So he will greedily swipe that as he runs by. You guys are now left alone with one pseudo homeless man in an alleyway. Meanwhile, back alley, you're getting the stink eye in the noodle shop.
Yeah, back alley will probably just like she will finish the noodles, but she noticed I'm not getting anything out here, and then she would probably leave and maybe see like the guys running out, or would have probably overheard some DNA. So she will try to intercept the running homeless people.
Sure. Let's roll a perception test to see how easily you're able to spot them and get us an idea about how close you are to them. Meanwhile, damsel, you can hear the
I can hear the commotion going on, or
you can hear a little bit of the commotion.
okay.
Well, I should say of a commotion. Is there anything else you wanted to ask out of the people that you were talking to?
Not necessarily. I'm gonna probably, since I hear a commotion, I'm gonna head toward the commotion and assume my team has something to do with it, and maybe see if I can either assist in the situation or, you know.
Would this be visual, or can I use my hearing spec?
You can use either. It's up to you.
I think I will be using hearing then.
Sure.
Hearing 10. Yeah. Something like that. It's 13.
So yeah, you totally hear the commotion that is going on as you come out of here. That'll draw your attention to it. You will see a couple of homeless-looking guys come out of an alleyway a couple of blocks down. You probably have a general idea that that is where the rest of your teammate is. Alice, you're still hanging out in the Matrix performing those searches, or did you have something else you wanted to do?
Maybe I have one more search. I think that might be an idea. I was thinking maybe searching for if there are any articles or information about street races in this specific area or about the ancients. Maybe there is something.
Sure. Let's see some dice.
Whoa.
Sorry.
Not really.
Not really.
Oh, come on 14 dice.
Yep.
Yep, that happens sometimes.
Welcome to Dice.
This is the exact situation. To tangent for a moment. I tend to get involved in the alchemy discussions on the Shadowrun subreddit. This right here is that situation that I'm talking about, where alchemy is going to screw you. You had 14 dice, you got one hit, and in an alchemy situation, you're not allowed to edge that. So, womp womp. It's a negative play situation. Because people will want the things that they have invested time and effort into to be good. Self-plug again, I did post a fix to alchemy, which at some point in time, I really would like to hear some actual feedback from people who have playtested it. But that's not relevant to this. So there are street races in the area, and the ancients are, participate because they're a go gang, so that is totally a thing. Back in the alley, you guys have... Krem, are you encroaching on him, or are you kind of standing back?
I'm not... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Never mind.
Well, yeah, it depends upon whether or not this guy has two people looming over him, or just one giant troll.
Yeah, right. No, I'm not moving any further. My fly spy will do that.
Okay, so this guy is gonna draw himself up to his full 6'2" height. As he does, Egrand will notice, being up in his grill, as it were, that he is actually fairly muscular. His boots are of the plasteel toe variety. You will see that he has a a holster of some kind underneath his one shoulder. It's hard to tell if it's a pistol, an SMG, or like a collapsible baton, that kind of thing, because he is wearing, layers, as it were. And he looks up at you with a face that hasn't been shaved in weeks, scraggly beard. He smells, but just ever so slightly off. And he just kind of looks you deep in the eye.
So, from Damsel's point of view, does it seem like these two are about to come to blows, or is it kind of just a tense situation, could go either way?
It is a tense situation. The damsel is a couple of blocks down because she was hobnobbing with the locals.
Oh, right. Okay.
She is
So,
working her way in that direction.
okay.
Graham and Egran, what are you going to do as this guy tries to stare down the giant troll?
Are you
I
gonna
want to.
answer, or do I have to go down and dirty?
I'm sorry?
Are you gonna answer, or do I have to stop playing nice? I say it in character.
Yeah.
Excellent. Graham, are you going to throw anything in on it, or are you just going to let the man do his thing?
No, I want to. I want to ask if he can ID the drivers or tell us where the street racers meet up.
So if you want to roll, I know you don't have social skills, because
I don't. I have none.
yeah, she's kind of a bitch. Just gonna let you know
Yeah,
that.
totally. I understand.
Actually, you know what? Roll me your military etiquette.
Okay, I can do that.
We'll see how this goes. Because that'll be more of the way that you are carrying yourself versus how you are interacting with this guy.
Yeah, true.
Little things like inflection in your voice, or just general posture, that kind of thing. And in this situation, that might be relevant.
Oh, ouch.
That's all right. But, okay, so this guy is going to be look from Egran the troll to Gremlin to past Gremlin into the alleyway. Look back on him the other side, and in an even voice that is not really fitting, coming out of a homeless looking guy, and be like, "What's it worth to you?"
I kind of I DNI BA and tell him to flex his muscles. Flex your muscles.
It's Egran that's there, not
Egran, yeah. Egran,
Uh,
that's what I meant.
That's fine.
The enemy what?
Flex your muscles. He can escape with his life.
Damn, you guys are harsh.
Yeah. I tell him we want to find the girl you were trying to protect, I guess. And if you don't help us, we'll have to get it out of you violently. And I flex my muscles, of course.
Of course. So he's gonna look back and forth between the two of you, and then I'm gonna need Damsel to roll a surprise test.
Remind me again. Hang on, it's probably on my sheet, isn't it?
It's reaction plus intuition, and you're looking for
Yeah.
3 hits.
Alright, so reaction is that. And forgive me if I'm a little slow, I'm actually legally blind, so sometimes finding things...
12 dice, looks like.
Alright, thank you. Alright. And I don't have macros because my screen is magnified to oblivion.
It's fine. It's not that serious. I actually don't use macros because I am afraid of technology.
Mm-hmm. Got a couple of ranks in Gremlins negative, don't you?
Something like that.
Alright, so, and there we go.
So you will see that a person from one of the alleys who looks like just like one of the civilian people in the area, kind of does like a reach to kind of grab a hold of your forearm as you begin to walk by, but you see it out of the corner of your eye, and you snap your arm back, and he's left there kind of bewildered. Um, Back alley, you will see that you see the alley where those people came out of, and you know that there are people there, and you saw some guy make a grab for Damsel, kind of over on the other side of the park.
Hmm?
You are kind of stuck in a moment of indecision, it seems.
I mean, Damsel looked like she was fine, right?
So the guy didn't actually get a hold of
Or
her.
do I?
She was able to
Yeah.
pull her arm back, but somebody did make a grab for her arm.
Just gonna
Do
look
I
at the
see
guy.
other
Oh,
people? Yeah. Do I see other people making like a move to like encircle her or grab her or something?
It doesn't look like it, but this like literally just happened. There could be people that are coming out of the crowd at any moment.
Okay. I know. I will go over front of this guy, go into his face, like, what the fuck up, Shamar?
That is completely
Can
breaking up, and I
you
missed
grab
everything
somebody
that you
else?
just said.
Oh, shitty internet. No, but I will go completely into his face, like text him like, what the fuck?
Sure. You
Go
wanna you wanna
piss
throw
off, flag off,
some you wanna throw some intimidation
intimidation.
dice. Take +2 for being
Yeah,
completely insane, as you,
yeah.
unbeknownst to this person or unrelated, and just come up, kind of running across the little room and
Grab
all up
all.
in his grill.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm guessing I can add my 2 for physical, right?
Yeah, because you are definitely getting physical with this guy.
and then they're getting physical with the person who tried to grab me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Uh, she is. Yeah, no, I'm edging that.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, 5, and that's my social limit. So
So you get up in his grill, and he is all of a sudden like, "Oh God!" and is falling back. He lands on his butt, knocks over a small pile of trash. Alice, you hear the crash of metal on pavement as something is happening in an alley nearby.
Someone's got a titanium tush.
I would just over D and I write everything all right.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
you know,
understand that.
it's,
Everything all right over D and I.
Hang on. My headphones might be acting up. Hang on a second.
Sure.
yeah, but I will answer just some idiot trying to make a grab.
So while we're
All right, I think I've got it sorted. Yeah, every once in a while, my headphones just make everybody sound really buzzy. So what I might be doing is just periodically muting my microphone until I am going to talk, if that's okay with everybody.
sure.
Sure. I would just respond with, "Do you need help, or can you handle yourself?"
No, I can handle that.
Okay.
So back over with the homeless guy who doesn't look exactly homeless. He'll turn to Ingrid and it's like, calm yourself, big guy. I don't want to embarrass you in front of your girlfriend. Yeah,
Ouch.
I may have seen some things. What's it worth to you? Why do you care about what happened to her?
I'm paid to find her, so I plan to find her. Do you plan on helping?
He's gonna raise an eyebrow. Doc Wagon took her. If you were paid to find her, you should know that.
Find her assailants.
He will kind of give a small. Oh. Meanwhile, back alley is probably leaning over some dude who is cowering in fear and is on the ground, and Damsel is seeing this happen in front of her.
Yeah, no, back BA is basically just like, it's from one of those drill sergeant moments where like he bends over backwards while BA goes nearer and nearer and nearer. Just like the moment she could bite off his nose if she wanted to, and it's like, and she will just go, "Frag off now," and just go back up and completely ignore that he existed.
So he's gonna kind of straighten himself, like, let's just trying to help, and stand up and begin to walk himself off down the alley.
Sir, listen. Gonna try to catch him again. You said something about trying to help?
Yeah, I heard you asking questions about what happened. Thought maybe I could
Yeah.
make myself a little Nuyen.
Sure. Gonna fish out a cred stick with an unspoken so far amount of cred on it. Depends on what you can give me.
I was here. I saw what happened.
Right. Well, why don't you start at the beginning, and then I will tally up how worthwhile your information is, huh?
He'll stand up a little straighter, as though he suddenly has the power in this conversation, and cross his arms, give you the, I know how this works. And then we're going to cut back over to the other alley where you guys are. Well, a giant troll has just been insulted by a smaller man. And it's like, you guys know where she is. She was taken by Dock Wagon.
Yeah, but what happened during the accident? Do you know anything?
I didn't see the actual accident. I just saw the immediate aftermath, and I noticed that she was not the kind of person to be in this area. So
Did anyone disturb her body before Dock Wagon showed up?
he'll look over to Gremlin, more happy to interact with her than the large looming man, but not making any motion about it. No, I moved in between them beforehand because those guys are going to be scavengers, and the last thing I want around here is more police presence. And he's going to begin to walk over to Grem in a non-aggressive fashion, but still in a we're obviously in the middle of some kind of dialogue here.
Yeah, that's a good question. If we got the license plate on my high resolution picture.
So you don't necessarily have the license plate, because I'm not sure how the license plate work in the sixth world.
Yeah.
I imagine it's all digital type stuff. Like the vehicles would still have like VIN numbers on stuff, but that's something you see like when you pop open the hood or look inside a door.
Yeah.
You do have enough information on how it was modded and maker's marks, because you have a bunch of dice in automotive mechanics and vehicle knowledge, that you could identify it. Like if they just took it, scrapped the paint, and threw something else on top of it, you would still be able to identify that bike.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I wanted to ask is where the ancients hang out to just meet up for street races.
He's gonna look you up and down. It's like, well, I feel like we're getting into some business here. To step into my office, and he'll motion for you to come a little deeper into the alley away from the exit.
How much is it worth to you?
He will crack a bit of a smile. It's like, I saw you hand that other gentleman some cred stick. We might as well stay with appearances.
Okay, so I'll give him 50. 50 New
You
Yen.
break him off like $50. He will
Yes.
gladly take it and then pull you guys down deeper into the thing around the little hot plate, which got kicked over when the guys kind of scrambled out of there. He'll reset that. Meanwhile, over with Damsel and their potential informants, like, so here's what I want. I want 300 Nuyen. I will tell you what I saw, and you can have your manhandling friend stay away from me.
Well, I have a counteroffer. Damsel is going to achieve two things by unbuttoning the top button of her jacket. First, she's going to be able to show the Dockwagon logo pin on the inside of her jacket. And second, of course, she's going to slightly accentuate her Charisma 5 boobage. Hopefully earning me a bonus on the negotiation check. And say, I will pay you 100 Nuyen for everything you tell me that I don't already know from investigating so far.
Sure. If you wanna throw some dice.
Sure. Let me figure out. Let's see. So it's charisma plus negotiation, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like a total of 10. And
I will apply a penalty to him based upon the situation, but I will not tell you how much that is worth.
that's fine. That's
There's
fine.
some charisma dice in here.
All right. So 10d6 greater than 5 for the threshold. Enter. Hey!
All right, so
Nice.
5 hits is pretty good. Let me He's like, all right. I got you. I see that you're. Oop! As I totally dropped something on my end. I see that you're working for the people that picked her up. That's fine. I don't need no trouble. I just am looking to make a little Nuyen.
I understand. Times are tough.
So the ancients, you see, every once in a while they do a little initiation type thing. They got to make sure you're good enough to get through the area to join the gang.
Mm-hmm.
Usually they clear everybody out because, tight corners makes you really prove your stuff. And then over in the other alley, what did you guys want to ask of him in a more legitimate fashion? You guys asked about the people messing with her stuff. He said that he stayed away from her stuff.
Oh. Where the ancients meet to plan their bike races.
He will give the same place that Gremlin knew from earlier with her knowledge roll that she made. So he will what's the word? Confirm that?
Oh, I see. Was that where was that exactly? Was that Scooters?
No, they don't actually go to those places. Those two places are more in this immediate area.
Oh, okay.
They are a little ways away.
Okay, great.
It's a kind of like an old apartment building. Granted, this is part of Redmond. It is not exactly the best part. It's on a corner. There's a small little community. It's more of a residential area where this is a more commercial area. Do you guys have other questions you want to ask him?
Can you tell us everything you saw transpire?
Well, the ancients came through here on what looked like a unsafe speed, as I'm sure you guys have seen. There was a crash. They continued driving off. The bike continued to move as well. I noticed that she had a dock wagon connection, so I knew that they would be here shortly. So rather than give the law more of a reason to investigate the area deeper, didn't want anybody running her pockets, taking any of her valuables, or anything else that would cause more heat in this area, which seems to have failed as he looks between the two of you back and forth. So I kept them away. 8 minutes afterwards, Doc Wagon shows up a little bit later than one would anticipate, so her contract must not have been that good. They airlift her out, cordon off the area, and we're gone.
Do the ancients have a history of possibly stealing other racers' bikes?
Stealing? No. Potential times of doing races for things like initiations or to settle a debt, or if you're trying to prove yourself in some fashion, or just any. They're gangers. They will do things for lots of things. They may be more organized than most gangers, but at the heart, they still enjoy the driving fast and causing a ruckus and showing off how awesome they are. As he kind of rolls her eyes.
Was April an elf?
I'm sorry, was
Yes.
who?
Yes.
Yes.
She's an
Yes,
elf.
April
Yeah.
was an elf.
Well, she's
Okay.
not dead. I mean, she's still alive, I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she will be.
You think they're still after whoever sabotaged the bike, possibly, allegedly?
Maybe, maybe not.
Cool. Anything else we need to ask the homeless guy? I'm
It's
out
up
of
to you
ideas.
for what you want to ask him.
I'm out of ideas.
Me too.
So
Right.
back over in the with the cocky guy, he tells you that this is the kind of thing they do for initiations every once in a while.
Mhm.
He will then look to you questioningly, waiting for a Nuyen transfer.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So it's an initiation. So she got into the situation willingly. I assume that's worth 100. So I'll hand him. I'll transfer him 100.
He will smile as he accepts that money. It was a excuse me. This was the first time she tried out for them. They didn't want her at all, really. It was kind of just a sure that she was going to fail type situation.
Mm-hmm.
Then he'll stand there and wait.
All right. How do you know they didn't want her?
Well, she doesn't look like the ganger type. Not at all.
Well, just because she didn't look like the ganger type doesn't mean they didn't have a use for her.
He will get a lecherous smile for a moment, then quickly hide that, given as back alley is still in the immediate area. And doesn't want to make a remark that will get his ass beat.
Mm-hmm.
More like I'm broke, but yeah.
Yeah. But you see that flash of a smile goes across his face.
I need a little more than that just to justify a transfer.
You're like, all right. Word is that she was dating one of the lieutenants and wanted in as a whole.
Uh-huh. Okay, so I'll transfer him the other 100. I'm gonna level with you. So I'm with Doc Wagon's accounts payable division, and unfortunately, she's racking up quite the bill back in the ICU, and we're trying to liquidate any assets we can. Knight Errant gave us some security footage of her bike, and we're thinking, we might have to liquidate it to help offset some costs. So, do you have any idea where that might be?
Oh, that bike.
Yes,
Yeah.
that horrendously pink mega scooter she was on.
He will give it a thought for a second, and is like, yeah, there's a guy I know that has a penchant for bikes, and as you know, that a thing that looks like that uh, could fetch a pretty penny.
Okay, can you point me in the right direction?
Can you point me another transfer?
Sure. So I'll give him the last three. I'll give him the last 100, and then I have a coupon for like $20 on the vending machines at the nearest clinic, and be like, "This is on top of that." I'll hand him that, and then just be like, "Please, right direction as soon as possible."
He will give you a address to a
Chop shop, basically.
yeah. It's to a straight up bike mechanic shop,
Okay.
but. And then let me do a quick look real quick on things. Can you roll me 5 dice real quick?
Sure.
Oh.
I'm in trouble, aren't I?
Maybe.
Rocks fall, you die.
No, it's not nearly so bad.
Lightning
Okay.
strikes.
Okay, we'll just bank that for later. Don't worry about it. Nothing can go wrong. Do you have questions for the homeless man before we move on from this scene?
Did he see where the bike went, the pink one?
So no, I didn't see where the bike went. I just saw that it continued to drive off on its own.
Okay.
It quickly caught up and overtook the two ancients that were racing against her.
Which means somebody
yes.
was probably rigged into it,
Probably.
in my
Uh,
professional opinion.
It would make sense that to quickly recover from a scraping / crash type thing, and begin to get back up to speed for you, it probably was somebody jumped into the bike.
I ask Gremlin whether she has any more questions.
It's possible if we had access to the bike, we would be able to see a history of some sort of who used it or manipulated it.
Sure. So the homeless guy is going to turn to Egrand, and he's going to look at him and he says, "Hit me."
What? Actually, never mind. I don't say what. I just punch him in the face as hard as
Okay.
I can. He insulted me previously.
Perfect. So you will knock him from his feet, and he will land exaggeratedly in the detritus of a homeless person back alley, and he will then scream and get up and begin to like Igor walk out the alley like into the random pedestrians of the night.
Well,
Does the group get back together?
yeah.
One thing, BA will slip the other homeless guy a dose of bliss and say, "If I hear talk of us, I will
Well,
come back."
the guy you were talking to there, he was not
Yeah.
homeless. He was dressed like a civilian.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I will just go near him and say, "If I hear any word of this, I will come back. And then there's no one there to stop me. Are we clear?"
He's gonna take the offered drugs from you. He's like, "Yeah, gotcha." And then kind
Woohoo,
of
drugs!
Good. Yay, that's one dose of bliss.
drugs well spent.
Yeah.
So you guys will reconvene. Alice, did you have anything you wanted to do while your compatriots were roughing up people?
Mm, mm, I mean, that depends. So, were you guys sharing that info as you got it, or do you wait till we reconvene and then share the info?
Well, I wasn't going to disrupt anybody by like trying to force feed them video from my conversation, but I'll certainly, share once I'm done talking with this guy. Although
Yeah, I
you
agreed.
might, yeah.
I imagine
Hmm.
we reconvene and share
Probably
info.
probably at the noodle shop, because it's always the noodle shop. Unless you guys rather go to the stuffer shack, which is also fine.
I think we have to
Let's go to the
debate
Stuffer
about
Shack.
this half an hour.
Right? So you guys are at the stuffer shack. There's somebody making crappy sandwiches behind the counter.
I buy some crappy sandwiches because I'm hungry.
Excellent. You'll be happy to know that it was not an elf that served you your sandwich.
I'm delighted.
It's tainted!
It's like, I want him to make my sandwich, not you. So you guys begin to info dump each other. Graham, if you could roll some kind of automotive thing as kind of a knowledge skill, and if anybody else wants to roll anything else, feel
I
free
have
to
an
do that.
idea. I want
Let's
to
see what I got.
roll. Maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but I want to roll data havens to look if I know about someone that has rigging and hacking capabilities and has connections to the ancients.
That is quite a stretch.
Yes, I know. Mm,
So you can throw it, but I'm gonna look for a lot of hits.
yeah. Ah, yeah.
There are a couple of people, and the closest thing that you have as a connection to the ancients with them is that they are elves. But given as this is the shadows, and that there is,
Because all elves are ancients.
if you wanted to be racist, I mean, God.
Yeah, okay.
So as Damsel and Back Alley are going over the story that this guy told them, they name drop uh, the garage, and as you are into the whole automotive engineering type thing, you know that this is one of the guys that has a bit of honor to him and isn't exactly the kind of person to deal in stolen merchandise.
Huh.
Okay. So is he widely known as not wanting to deal with stolen merchandise, or is it just something that it's kind of something usually something we will only know right now?
It's one of those things where he has been approached by a couple of different organizations about making use of his facilities to chop up vehicles to sell things, and he has always turned them down.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, maybe they tried again and he turned them down, and if he can give us a description, that's better than nothing.
Just throwing a little shade at your information that you guys have.
It's possible we were fed bad information, but unlikely.
Alice with the perfectly timed 8 hits on a technomancy roll.
Yes.
Damn.
There are times when the dice demand a story be told. The dice have spoken. It is potential in the various things that it has been said technomancers can do is emulate a lot of things of normal mundane electronics. Things like touching devices to get access to them, things like hacking without the use of a cyberdeck, things like jumping into vehicles um, without a control rig or an RCC. You have heard of this? You know that this is true because it has been documented on the data havens, and uh, with 8 hits, you know that technomancers are not just the terrorists that the trids portray them to be.
Okay. That could be possible with a Technomancer, but
So we didn't see any evidence of her getting like a data jack cord right to the bike, which is what she would need to jump into it if she weren't a Technomancer. So are we thinking then that she might be one?
if she has a control rig and the bike was running on wireless, she would be capable of jumping into it even without a direct connection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there has been rigger adapted, so it's very likely that she jumps in because rigger adaptation usually means even if you go VR, you won't fall off in like a tight turn or something.
Unless you
Okay.
crash into something, in which case that's
Unless you crash.
Yeah.
Right.
But you
Then
don't
you
buy
got bigger
rigger
problems to
adaptation.
worry about.
You don't buy rigger adaptation if you are not capable of rigging into it, because for what?
Hmm.
I mean,
It's interesting
think-
how answers lead to more questions, right?
yeah. I mean, everything leads to the ancients.
Yeah, how's my fly spy doing?
You want to throw some Fly Spy Perception dice for it, and we'll see how it's doing?
Sure thing.
As I
That's not
complete-
the same as my own perception, is it?
In this case, it would be 9 dice for the rating 6 clear sight autosoft from your RCC and the rating 3 pilot of the drone itself.
Excellent.
And if you want to throw me too, this because it's been there a little while.
What was the other roll?
Did we just lose someone?
I just hit the wrong button on my mouse and reversed out of
okay.
the game. But
Okay. Okay. So our plan now is to go to the Ancients hideout, or
Let's see. So yeah, we've got the Ancients hideout. We could stop by the motorcycle shop, but that doesn't seem like it'd be-
Apologies, I was muted. I was asking for Grim to roll a second perception test so that I could.
I was
Yeah.
wondering.
Yeah, I was looking at it, and somewhere along the line.
It was like,
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So you see a lot of elves. There are a lot of people here who are rocking ancient colors, and a lot of people who are not necessarily like full-on colors, but do have like around the one arm they'll have a wristband with ancient colors on it, which, given as you know a bit about gangs, is showing an affiliation that like they are under that protection.
Okay.
kind of the on your person equivalent to a yellow ribbon magnet on the back of your car.
Something like that.
Yeah. Showing
And-
support, but not necessarily allegiance.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, I live in Ancients territory. If you mess with me, they're probably going to be upset with you. And there's more than just elves that have those, like the wristband things, but you only see obviously elves wearing actual colors. There is a small parking lot with a couple of bikes in it that has a garage at the end that is currently closed. A 4-story small apartment complex or living quarters that there are a couple of ancients sitting on the stoop of. Across the street there is a small urban garden that has a older woman that is tending to it, and then a bunch of civilians that just kind of moseying about the area.
This garage that's closed near this parking lot. What kind of security does it have nearby?
From the looks of things, it just has like 2 cameras, one pointed at the parking lot in general, and then one pointed at the door specifically.
Okay. That seems like a lead to me. Cool. So I'll just call back my fly spy. No, I'll leave it there. There's no reason
Sure.
to call it back. And I'll just have it watch that garage and alert me if it opens.
Sounds like a plan.
I mean, we could check the footage of the camera if maybe a neon pink bike was rolled into that garage.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
And the other thing I just thought of that we might have a bit ignored is, who is this boyfriend? I mean,
Yeah.
he seems to be part of the Ancients. She had this accident while racing with the Ancients. I mean, there's a clear link. So
Yeah, I'd like to learn who that guy is.
things like Facebook are still a thing in Shadowrun, right?
I believe it is a
MyFace.
me feed or P2 or something like that.
Me
Something like
feed
that.
P21 right now.
It
It's
kind of
the
depends
newest
upon
version.
which corporate affiliation you want to fly.
Oh, let's say Horizon.
Rob does not know what that one would be, but I'm pretty sure that it.
P21.
I'm pretty sure it's the P2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's both. It's made by Horizon.
Okay.
So I would like to make a search and would try to look for, what is her name? April's profile, and through that find her boyfriend.
Sure. Throw a bunch of dice. So you will find her P2 profile as you search through it. You will get the distinct impression that this is not a personal one. It is more of a corporate curated front. Like there is no
Okay.
mention of the accident on it. There is no mention of anything that is not hooray for Horizon and her future with Horizon. The closest thing you see involving the accident is the picture of her getting that bike for her last year for her 17th birthday.
I honestly would have been surprised if she already posted about that accident. That would have been a twist. Okay. So more like a LinkedIn profile.
Yeah, it is looks like a curated thing.
Yeah. Not much to do with that. Yeah, then I think it would probably be best to try to check out that camera. How much do we want to do anything because of distance and noise and that stuff, or
Yeah.
Do you guys want to drive closer to it, or do you guys want to try and do it from here? Because it's probably going to be like a 4 or 5 noise at this point.
Ooh,
yeah, I would say we drive closer.
Okay.
I'm down. Let's do it.
I mean, I don't think there's a level 14 host behind it, but
Who knows?
with my luck.
I don't know anybody who would be that cruel to people.
There's just a team of like 12 technomancers sitting around.
Yeah.
Like,
Everyone with 6 sprites.
They are just ready to frame you for all of their terroristic activities. So you guys will begin to drive closer. as you get a couple of blocks away, you will notice very clearly, those of you with gang's knowledge, that this is officially Ancients territory, and like a block after you start to see those signs, you will actually see a couple of Ancients hanging out, kind of working border patrol, as it were.
Okay.
Bro, we're gonna get geeked.
And we're not gonna get geeked. It's just like
They're gonna get geeked.
no, 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 no. We just don't geek anybody. They don't geek us, and just don't provoke them.
However, at this distance, you're only at like a 2 noise for hacking that camera.
Okay.
I bet we could get closer.
You will
I
all
mean-
know what's gonna happen if you're gonna get closer, but because of that, I first would like to make a matrix perception test and check if these guys maybe have some kind of guns
Yep.
running on wireless or silent or smart guns, something like that.
At the moment, everybody else who is wanting to can give me a perception test of their choice, and we'll kind of resolve this all at once here.
Yeah, sure. We would share information anyways.
Would getting pretty much up to the doorstep of this building reduce the noise even more?
It would, but you are not near that. Like that building is deeper in the middle of this perceived territory.
Okay.
So these guys are kind of at the border. You're gonna have to get past them to actually get in visual range of the cameras you're trying to hack.
Besides, I have noise reduction of 2, so 2 noises completely
Yeah.
without effect.
Oh, awesome.
I know BA does not speak Sparethial, so
Yeah, no. If it were an orc gang, she would have probably know, but you know.
yeah. I like the idea of her having one rank in Orzet, which means she knows all the swear words.
Yeah, yeah. That's how you learn a language. You learn by hearing them swear, emulate it, and press confront on.
All right. So let's
8 hits on perception visual.
Right.
Jesus.
I see everything.
It's almost as if he has a deep, intense stare at anything that is elf-shaped, and
I
just
can see
Pretty much,
forever.
I can see the elves for their Keebly stuff.
Beware we keeps, especially
So-
if they bring presents.
So starting from the top down with the Matrix Perception, you will see that these two folks have rating 3 comlinks. They also have Ruger Super Warhawks that are running wireless. BA, on your hearing, it's a low alarm of like a, yo, we got somebody coming, and then them kind of readying up is what you'll hear is like, for some reason the window is down and you're hearing out of it. Egrand, Keebs everywhere. They're staring at you with their little Keeb eyes and their little Keeb ears, and you can just feel their disdain for you through the windshield of the car. You do, however, see that they have combat knives on them. They have the giant open-carried Rugers on their hips. However, 2 of the 4 guys that are there also have what looks like machine pistols in a like a thigh holster.
By the way, do I see any of the guys I scared off earlier?
Let me check your. No, you got 1,000,000 hits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
8?
You know what? Yeah. One of those guys is totally a guy from earlier, and he is looking right at you and whispering something to one of the Keebs next to him.
Yeah, they know what's up.
Let me come down here.
Sure as hell they know, but they knew a half an hour ago.
Yeah, but now you guys have actually, like, before it was just a concern of like, all right, these guys might come by. Now these guys have actually come by.
Yeah. And it's totally random that they're at the exact same point where this accident happened 36 hours ago, where
Right?
our guys were involved. Yeah, they totally don't connect that.
Yeah. So it's like, oh great, this has actually become a problem we've got to solve. Graham, with your fly spy perception, you can see that like halfway down the block, given as you have a bird's eye view, as it were, there's another small group of ancients that are just kind of hanging out. There's like 3 of them, but they're not seeming to be on border patrol like these guys. They're just kind of relaxing. They maybe were the previous shift, or this is ancient territory. They may just be going to somebody's house to watch a game or something. And
Okay,
then
so
your
there's a second
visual,
group.
their bikes are fairly tricked out. However, you don't see any maker's marks on them from like a full-on custom job. It is probably something that they did themselves. They're obviously tricked out in ancient colors and such.
All right.
So that camera is a rating 3 camera. Somebody has invested some money into it because they
Ooh.
are in ancient territory. You will also notice that while there is not a host, there is a rating 5 comlink that is in the area.
Mm. Oh, okay, and that's, I guess it's slave to it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's definitely a possibility. I mean, that's an idea.
He's referencing something in the Skype chat where they mentioned
Yeah.
if we continue with the dock wagon route, they could try and find the lieutenant and tell him that his girlfriend has woken up and asked to see him.
Right. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt anybody talking. And
No, it's fine. That's
Fine.
just for the people in the land of tomorrow that may be watching this for some reason.
Or on stream. The millions of viewers everywhere.
Yo, I'll have you know, I'm a big deal on YouTube. I have like 4 subscribers, okay?
That YouTube money.
Right?
and only one of them is your mom.
Ah. Alright, I'm sorry, but you just died. Now, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some aloe for that sick burn, yo. So, you guys have some gatekeepers here, and you can see the camera because you are significantly closer to it. What's your plan of attack?
I mean, we could do both. I would start to hack that thing. You would start to talk to those guys.
Right. So the intention of talking to the lieutenant would, I guess, be getting him isolated so we could, I don't know, nab him and interrogate him, or do we just want to try to like, converse with him then and there?
Yeah. We also maybe should think about how close were they, and maybe was the boyfriend involved, or didn't he know anything about this manipulation?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he'd certainly want to know if she was in the hospital, if he's any kind of,
I mean, he knows that
meta-human being.
that she's in the hospital. I mean, Dogwagon showed up with a fucking helicopter.
Right, exactly. Well, he would maybe, considering his line of work, he might not exactly want to show his face. So,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
it's kind of a catch-22.
Yeah, I don't see any way we could find out more about him. Unless someone of you has maybe a contact within the Ancients.
My 2 contacts are a fence and an arms dealer.
My 2 contacts are metal band members, but none of them are elves.
In fact, they probably also hate elves.
Yeah, fuck elves.
One of the things that is nice about Shadowrun is it's kind of an amorphous thing. While you may not have an ancient's contact, your arms dealer contact could very easily have a customer of his that he would be willing to make a connection for you with. It may cost you a little bit of money in that situation, but chances are he might know somebody.
Okay. Let's see. Trying to think here.
Are you comfortable with that level of success?
That's a good question.
It's all about how you word it, because I know that you're a dwarf and you only have like 2 edge.
Yeah. That's. I mean, if I would be human and would run around with like 5 edge, I would say no.
Yeah.
Let's push that
Well,
limit.
we
But
we wanted to create a little diversity in our characters that we created as a giant group,
yeah.
and it was
I
nice to
mean,
not
I
have.
must admit, you have a
What do you
really
mean?
nice chain of qualities in this sheet. I mean, it's amazing. Um,
Well,
but
it was a group effort, to be precise. So
oh, didn't know that.
Yeah, so as a quick thing, a couple of days ago, and a couple of times over different days, I went and had a stream where I posted up one of the pictures in BA, Alice, and the guy Countermeasures, the one that nobody chose. Um, and it was, we're going to build a sheet that tells a story, so that when you hand this over to somebody and they look at it, they immediately have a feel for who this character is, because that is one of the other. Um, we have a habit on the Shadowrun subreddit of people just posting up builds like, "Hey, how's this?" And it'll be like they have a corporate sin because it's a 25-point negative quality, and you don't have to take any other more negative qualities because you got all your bang for the buck without anything like, well, who is it? You know what I mean? It doesn't tell me the story of why they left it as. When we can look at somebody like Alice who has a technical school education, but at the same time has a lot of knowledge skills related to music and clubs and that kind of thing. So she's a bit of a party girl. Maybe she never actually got that piece of paper from that technical school. Maybe she stopped, dropped out, got thrown out. Throws a little bit more interest into the character than just, I have a corporate sin because it's 25 points and I have Seattle area knowledge, firearms knowledge, and gangs knowledge because I'm a no
And
logic.
30 dice in automatics.
Exactly. Because you don't need that much dice in automatics. You need character, not stats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm feeling comfortable with that level of successes.
All right.
So
You have a mark on that camera, sir.
nice. I guess I have to make that search again.
Yep. Because now you don't. It'll be a little bit higher threshold because you don't really know the timeline that you guys are. Like before, you knew it was 36 hours ago, and now you don't really know if it's even here. So it's going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, but on the other, I would check primarily the hour after the accident because, I mean, I would assume that they don't cruise around with a neon pink bike through Touristville without someone piloting it just to show it off.
No,
But
that
yeah, you're
that
right.
would be weird. But yeah, no, you can go ahead and throw that. While the other 4 of you, you've got a group of gatekeepers who are slowly starting to be like, all right, why is this car slow rolling towards us and not stopping or turning around when this is very clearly our turf?
I suppose we do need a reason to be there.
Yeah, I was wondering if we
Yeah,
could run some
let's-
sort of game to get the garage open.
You could probably do that because you would have by getting a mark on the camera, you would have a mark on the comlink, and the comlink is, now that he's inside it and able to mess with it, does have control over the garage.
Yeah, just pop it
Okay,
open. Let's make sure the Breg's not in there.
You just want me to pop it open, so
Just pop it open real quick.
completely unsuspicious.
Nobody will say.
The garage, suddenly it opens. No pink bike and then it closes.
I raised the alarm, not necessarily alarm, but the threat level on the run I did last night because the runners were investigating a sub basement of a building, and they decided to spoof command to turn the lights on so they could get a better view with their fly spy. And it's just like, the lights downstairs just turned on, guys. This is weird. Alright, so you're gonna spend a little time doing a search.
BA will whoever's driving BA will signal them to stop, and then get out of the car and move over towards to the agent's car, like in a non-threatening manner, just like casually, but like she has the street etiquette, so she knows show hands, don't show signs that you're about to draw something,
Yep.
and move over there.
We're going to assume as Gremlin is a rigger, Gremlin is driving, because I don't know any riggers that let anybody else drive their cars.
Nope.
It's like the way to lose your...
Way to lose respect.
Mhm.
So yeah, she will move
Damsel's
over.
also going to pop out, just to.
Sure. Egrand, are you staying in the car or are you getting out?
I'm gonna stay.
You don't want to breathe the same air of those filthy keebs.
Pretty much, yeah.
I can't blame you.
Shit goes down, I go out.
Yeah. I probably should have asked this earlier, but are you rolling deep with the various accoutrements that you have on your sheet?
Fuck yeah.
Okay. I may have made a mistake because he does have a light machine gun and a semi-automatic grenade launcher.
Oh, Rob.
I will.
Seriously, you had to give him the crime rave, right?
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait,
He's the heavy.
That's awesome.
I know.
He definitely
but
needs
still.
an industrial can opener and a universal door key. It's just comes with the territory.
Right. So Damsel on Back Alley will slow roll their approach to these guys who are like, all right, you're not doing anything crazy, so we're not going to draw down on you, but they definitely, at the very least, the guy that Ingran saw and recognized earlier does that thing where they kind of flick their jacket back, so it's like, I've got a gun. Don't make me use it.
I've got
So
several.
Damn, you guys are both human, right?
Damsel is human, yes.
All right. So
yeah, it's also human.
So
Human.
the guy that
That's
approaches
for
you,
Infinity probably. So
which is the same guy that Ingrid saw, is going to give you the you folks lost?
not really. Yo, this chick over here, and BA will point over to Damsel. She's with dog wagon. There was this, this accident. Don't know, some chick ran into a wall.
God.
Did you say something? Sorry, it didn't
No.
come over.
I started to, but you were not finished, so I said go ahead.
Oh,
so
okay.
Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this chick ran her motorbike into the wall. Yeah, she's with dog wagon. Since she got picked up, they need to find it or something. I don't know. I just get paid to bring her here. So yeah, just let her through. There was something about a boyfriend here, so I don't know.
Yeah, at this point, Damsel's, when indicated, Damsel kind of gives a polite wave and waits to be, I guess, if they ask her any questions or anything, or like indicate that they're waiting for her to say something.
Sorry, I'm answering things in the chat. So they will kind of look back and forth between the two of you. Damsel, what are you wearing as far as an outfit?
So Damsel, just kind of, she's got her actioneer business clothes. She's got a dock wagon pin on her lapel. She is carrying, but they're in concealed holsters. Then just her glasses, her comlink. I'm trying to think. Extra, and a couple extra clips in different pockets. But aside from that, just kind of giving the professional look, but not the I'm not necessarily squishy look.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, to answer a couple of quick questions, Alice, the comlink is owned by Holly J. Ware. You are currently processing for selfies on it, in addition to processing through the camera footage. That'll take you a couple of minutes. Gremlin,
Sure.
Your gang politics knowledge. The ancients do have competition in a lot of different areas of the various gang things that people do, drugs, smuggling, that kind of thing. Something that you could spoof to get these people in particular on alert, not so much. This isn't one of like their major areas. It's almost more of a, like a small community than a full-on gang, industrial complex type thing. It doesn't look like they are, producing beetles in one of the things, and there's no large buildings in the area that are going to be holding a weapon cache or anything along those lines.
I see.
So you could potentially try it, but there's nothing here that would really another gang would want to attack unless they were doing it specifically to piss off the Ancients, and the Ancients are a really big gang. So if you're going to do it, you would probably want to do it at a place where you can actually gain something tactically. Here, you're just pissing them off. You could probably get their bikes and maybe a little bit of, personal stuff, but not anything that would be worth the retribution.
Okay.
But with that gang knowledge, you could maybe think of a place that could be attacked or that is likely to be attacked, and then be like, ooh, what do I know? The Ragers are moving on our turf.
You would be able to know a place that you could do some finagling to try and get the kind of response that you're looking for, but just not in this immediate area.
All right.
So going back to it, you are wearing actually your business clothes, which is good, which means you look like a business type person. The guy at the gate is going to turn to his buddy. He's like, shake his head, roll his eyes a little bit. It's like, look, I know you were looking at the accident. We didn't have nothing to do with that.
I have security footage that begs otherwise.
I was like, oh, do you actually have security footage for? Oh no, you have the race. I apologize. I thought you meant him specifically.
He lets that open.
He's like, there was a little bit of a race, but we didn't cause no accident. That was on her. She couldn't handle it.
I'm not here with the liabilities office. I'm here from the accounts payable and insurance office. There's been a slight change in her condition, and while I'm not at liberty to discuss confidential medical information, I also need to see if there's any of her property lying around to see if that can be recovered.
So you're calling us thieves now? I see.
No. I'm just saying that you were the last people to see her property, and we're hoping that you might be able to direct me into the correct direction so I can organize its recovery.
So you guys that are in the car while this conversation's going on, how you feeling? I know Alice is feeling nothing because she's in VR.
Also, I guess I should say Damsel is trying to, use as many corp big words as possible.
Does she have a corp etiquette skill of some kind?
I have etiquette professional.
You can just throw just your etiquette and then roll those hits into a con roll, I guess, because you do not know anything about her current whereabouts of her being awake and asleep.
Right. Let's see. So this would be charisma plus etiquette. Oh, right, I have tailored pheromones. Are they within smelling distance?
They are not. It's almost as if they are unsure about what these people are trying to do in their territory and are staying at a draw pistol, shoot you before you can close range.
Okay, so let me roll up my etiquette. Does my professional specialization count here or no?
Yeah, you can get that too.
Okay, so that's 11 total. If my math is right. D6. Alright. Oh.
Yep. Then take those 7 dice and throw them right into a contest.
Okay. So 8 plus 5 plus. So that's 13 plus 7, so 20. Holy crap.
It's a nice little self-teamwork test, right?
Yeah. There is an I in my team. Oh, still. That's...
You good with that?
I'm gonna spend edge to re-roll if that's okay.
That is completely okay.
And then I'm re-rolling 5 dice.
You would be rolling 14 dice because you re-rolled all non-successes.
Got it. There we go. Much better.
I guess somebody's going to hit their limit.
Yeah.
My limit is 9, so as long as my limit is 9. So if they
Wow, screw you, dice.
They have 16 on detecting a con. Jeez.
So, what I like to do, so rather than with Damsel's con roll, rather than being like, okay, well, they don't trust you, lose 2 dice. Okay, you don't have evidence, lose 2 dice. Rather than give you negatives, and similar to the noise thing earlier, rather than calculating that out for everything, I can do the math in my head of a certain amount of dice and just add them onto my back end, because it's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, it's similar. It's not exactly mathematically speaking the same, but it's close enough.
It's close enough that the extra seconds spent in-game every time a social thing is rolled, not relevant.
Right.
So I threw them some extra penalties. 1, you're not an elf, so screw you already. 2,
No, that's fine. I'm probably talking to them with a slight tone of condescension as well. So
yeah. 2 is you're representing a corporate entity, and they are very obviously not pro-corporate entities. So there's another 2 dice you got there, so that brings them down to a 12. A combination of elven charisma plus natural ranks in con from having lied to the cops on his own is building up the rest of his pool. And after we come back from the next break, I'll talk a little bit more about dice pools and how I personally manage them, because that is actually fairly relevant to this particular situation. But you will spin him a tale, and he will kind of give an exaggerated eye roll and turn back to his guys like, all right, Jimmy, could you... I'm sorry, I wrote her name down earlier and I completely forgot what it was.
April?
No. Can you go get Holly and have her deal with this? And, yeah. And then I'll turn back to you guys like, you guys just sit tight and we'll get this handled. As he turns back to where he's doing Egran with a little bit of rolling forward of your 8 successes you had previously. You will see him wink at you. Or maybe he just had something in his eye. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's probably
winking at Damsel?
No, at Egrad.
Oh,
I'm sorry. The giant troll that he saw at the place earlier.
Okay. I relayed that information just in case.
Yeah. I'm just trying to get your goat a little bit because you're prejudicing against elves, so I'm just trying to...
I'm doing my best not to shoot him.
Exactly. It's almost like, alright, this is done. Get the machine gun. It's go time.
The damn elf winked at me. Shoot him down.
I relayed pictures of Nguyen on my AR to calm me down.
It's like, money, money, money. Some Scrooge McDuck action going on.
Load the Simpsons. Load the money shower, Simpsons.
Do you guys want to do anything else at this little border crossing before I jump back over to Alice in her Matrix things?
I'm good.
BA will pop a smoke with a finger lighter, but that's about it.
Gotta have that finger lighter.
You build it in. Might as well use it.
Yeah, you really like the finger lighter.
If I was a smoker and had a cyber arm, I would totally have one of my fingers have a lighter in it. Just like if I had a cyber arm, I would totally have the telescoping limb thing, because when I'm laying on the couch and the remote's over there, it's like...
Yeah, it's this font feet, like it's just
Yeah.
one feet with few centimeters. You don't want to move because
It's like,
it's
it's
perfect
just
position.
out of my range, but I'm so comfortable. I'll
Yeah.
just use my go-go gadget arm.
Yeah, you know
Um,
what's going to happen? Then you're still out of a few centimeters because of your go-go gadget arms, you're now putting it farther and farther away.
Graham, can you roll me a fly spy perception? Just so
Sure.
we have those hits banked for a while I go talk to Alice. So Alice, you have. Go ahead.
And I was just thinking, fluff-wise, it's like in Bioshock, where in Bioshock Infinite they bury under the sea,
Hmm.
where he just when you snap the fingers, this is the ignition. Like the thumb
Yep.
is it, but you flick them and they ignite, and then with the thumb
It like
you
unspins your fingertip or something in a fashion that it lights it. Yeah, no, obviously. You gotta be style. Alright. You see a lot of nothing out of that. So with the comic you're going through, you will see a couple of pictures of this person who owns it selfie style. Because I can only assume that in the dystopian future that annoying habit has persisted. It is of on the darker end of that always 25 looking elf age. She's got a giant mohawk. Looks kind of tough, a couple of piercings. Um, there is a couple of surrounding other elves all wearing colors. There will be pictures of one fairly predominantly of a male elf. He's in a couple of them in a position of. Do you have? I don't remember if we
Gang
gave
knowledge?
Alice gang knowledge.
Yes, I think so. Let me look. I think I have 10 dice on it.
Yeah, if you want to throw that real quick.
Oh, only 9 dice. I guess my specialization on dwarves doesn't apply.
No, not in this case. I'm sorry. They are not dwarven elves.
What?
Preposterous.
Oh!
Are you sending this feed to other people? As
Yeah,
yours?
yeah,
Okay.
definitely. I would share it.
Um, if other people with gangs knowledge want to roll those, I feel like most people have gangs knowledge because that's just the way things
because
kind
it's
of rolled.
useful.
Yeah, it's useful to have.
For criminal, better know about criminals.
Yeah. Actually, given the amount of gangs knowledge that's across the entire team, we'll just go ahead and ignore that. So you will see between the team effort, there is one. It only seems like there is this woman and one other person of power as far as. Oh, thank you, Graham.
Slowly but surely.
In this area, it's a lot of low-level people. Not anybody super important. There is one person that seems to be doing activities of importance, and then there's the person who's comm like you have. So it's maybe like one lieutenant and a sub-lieutenant or something along those lines. I don't actually know how gangs are officially militarily structured. Maybe a sergeant and lieutenant. I'm probably wrong. I apologize to all of our armed forces across the world.
Or all our gang viewers.
Oh, those people should get real jobs and not come and shoot me. So you have a picture of what could probably be the lieutenant they were talking about, because the person who's come with this isn't male, and that seems to be the only person in all of these pictures and stuff that has any kind of actual authority. Maybe it's a little bit in his jacket and the amount of colors he's wearing. Maybe it's a little bit in just what he's doing and that kind of stuff. As far as the camera search, you will notice that shortly after the maybe like an hour after the race time, a little less than that, the garage door will open and a bunch of bikes will be pulled out of it. Looking inside, you will be able to see that there is a bunch of automotive equipment for stuff. And then a couple of minutes later, you will see two Ancients bikes pull up that is being followed by a a hot pink monstrosity. And if you want to give me a perception test to see how good you can get a look on the camera or how good the camera's looks were of this particular scene.
Okay, I guess contacts or something like that don't apply.
Contacts would not apply in this situation.
Okay. Is it my limit, my mental limit, or data processing?
You probably won't hit either, but let's go with data processing for now.
And I hit it.
All right then. So you will notice very subtle things in the camera feed. The two ancients guys that are driving at a reasonable speed, they're kind of constantly looking back and forth between where they're driving and at the bike in a very uneasy kind of way. As they get into the garage, the door begins to close, and they do the Indiana Jones tuck and roll out the door, leaving their bikes and the pink bike in there. They kind of get up and brush themselves off and look at each other with a strange look, and then hot-footed out of camera light, like down the little parking lot and off camera. You are free to ask me a couple of questions about what you have just seen.
Did I get their faces?
They were still wearing their helmets, their motorcycle helmets.
Was hoping you forget that.
Safety first.
Yeah, sure. These gangers. Safety first.
When you look this good, you can't risk messing it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Damn elves.
Right?
That charisma. Did they have any special markings, maybe on their jacket or something like that?
The one guy has similar markings to the. I shouldn't say similar. The same markings to the guy that you identified as a lieutenant out of the selfies.
Okay.
The other guy has markings of just a normal ganger type person.
Okay, so it could be the lieutenant or another lieutenant, but
it would be weird
probably,
for another lieutenant
would,
to come to this area to do.
It would just make the solution more complicated, and it's more likely it's the same. In what condition was the pink bike? Like, we know it had at least a light collision with a wall, but how damaged was it?
It is slightly messed up, but nothing else seems to have happened to it from its one interaction with a wall.
Okay. So it's probably safe to assume that A, it didn't hit the wall too hard, and B, it didn't spin out of control or.
No, and that would make
it go.
That would coincide with the information you saw on the video cameras.
Yeah. Okay, so whoever rigged into it probably wasn't too bad of a driver, because they had to still control that after they hit the wall. But besides that, I don't have any questions. No.
Excellent. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take another couple of minute break because I have to hit the potty and grab a drink. Twitch chat, if you have GMing questions about things, please feel free to drop them in the chat and we will answer them when we come back. You guys in the Skype chat, I will see you slightly sooner than the people in the Twitch chat, and we will do another little GM chit-chatting type thing. And then hopefully come back and find out the mystery of what happened to April P. Fontaine.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Well, be right back.
The better question, Patty, is what are good solo run ideas based on character, not archetype? Because not all Street Sams are the same, nor are all faces the same, nor are all mages the same. It's if you are crafting a run specifically for a person, it should be based upon the person, not what they do.
Hashtag not all street Sams.
I played a Logic 4 Street Sam for about a year and a half. He is the proprietor of the Omni Tactical Weapon System, and he has recently died.
Because of that Logic 4?
Not exactly. More because of superhuman psychosis and dudes in military armor. Yeah, mistakes were made.
Yeah.
So those of you that are actually back, the questions, comments, concerns, queries, quaaludes, other synonyms for questions?
I have a question.
Yeah.
It happened to me when I was jamming for my group. What do you do when your group basically has the leads they need, but don't seem to move anywhere? Like they meander on the same leads time and time again and discuss them, but they never come to action. I mean, to a certain extent, we had this here a bit as well. But I had that once that a whole session was going like that.
So
Oh, analysis paralysis?
Kind of like that.
in that situation, it becomes an out of character moment of, all right, guys, it's we got 2 hours left in our gaming night. What do you guys want to do? Do you guys want to try and finish this? Do you want to call it early? Do you just be real? Because we've all played Shadowrun enough, maybe at this point. If not, we will sometime in the near future, where we will run into that situation of running ideas. In here for today's game, I fed you guys a lot of different leads you could go on.
Yeah.
The Ancients one was probably a bit stronger than the others. However, gonna let you in a little secret. No matter which direction you went up until now, was gonna point you in somewhere relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point.
Giving you false leads and that kind of stuff is may make sense from a storytelling perspective, and I totally did at some point in here today feed you guys some false leads.
Yeah.
But for example, that potential chop shop guy, had you gone to him, he would have still had useful information for you that is relevant. So it's not like you would have no, he's not the dude. So
you don't want to waste time.
Right. At the same time, though, because Gremlin had the relevant knowledge skill, it has now called into question whether or not that dude told you that this chop shop guy is a guy that you can go to because he would know about it. But when you got the contradicting information from a knowledge skill that you knew about that guy, it's now like, okay, what has the rest of that guy told me that I didn't already know and have confirmed that could not be 100% true anymore?
Right.
Which, depending upon the group, you might not want to do, because then they're like, oh god, he's lied to us, he's a corporate shill, let's go find him and kill him.
Right. I think for me, like, if the party does start overanalyzing everything, or for some reason they no matter how many times I try to subtly go back to I don't know, put them back on the right track of investigation. I had a party assume every extra bit of information leading in the other direction was either a trap or and no matter how many times I tried to make it seem like a genuine source, they wouldn't believe me. And at some point I had to go, right, please tell me somebody at the table has the common sense positive quality, because I'm trying to give somebody a message from God here, and no one's necessarily picking up the phone. At those points, though, I usually assume that it's my fault in not having described things well enough or putting the emphasis in the wrong place. and if it gets that far, I usually just own up to it and say, guys, I have you going in the wrong direction here. I meant to put you, this way.
Mm.
Both in character and out of character time limits are also a good way to do it. Like I gave you guys 4 days to complete this job, and you guys went straight on into action. You guys could have very easily taken a couple of days. I was like, all right, I want to go talk to my ancients contact. I want to go try and infiltrate into the hospital and get to actually talk to her. That's one of the things that the previous group did. They went and got a bunch of information on her current medical condition and that kind of thing, which in this situation you guys may or may not be missing information that could put pieces together for you in a way. I'll have you know that I have not changed the fundamentals of the run from what it was previously, and I look forward to seeing how you guys feel about it, how it ends, because pulling a gotcha is never a fun thing, but at the same time, it
You
is a
don't
matter.
win RPGs.
Correct, you
Yeah,
totally
exactly.
don't win RPGs. But at the same time, I like to make sure that I put enough information out there that had you thought about things in a different fashion, you could have gotten to the same thing that I had in my mind, rather than the decisions that you guys made that I still try to pull you into. Investigation runs are a little rough in that situation because, for example, here we have 2 very physically oriented characters in Back Alley and Egrand as large. I'm gonna get up in people's faces and stuff, and typically for investigation stuff, it's more matrix, magic, and social. In this situation, though, Egrand was the one that found the homeless guy, and he physically pressured him into being compliant. Grem helped by offering him a little bit of money, but there was something quite off about his situation, wasn't there?
Yeah, that was honestly a bit confusing to me, but it didn't want to interrupt or meta game it in the end, because I was like, you made quite a few hints on it that he probably isn't really a homeless person, like the boots and so on. So he probably has some kind of hidden agenda or something, some kind of secret that might be important, might be not.
Or remember that Shadowrun works best in a living world. Maybe he's another Shadowrunner that is laying low from a job that went wrong.
Yeah, that could be as well.
Maybe he's not out to get you. Maybe he's just another person that exists in the world and is around.
Yeah, sure. But one thing that I have learned from that situation where the group didn't commit to anything is don't feed them more information or opportunities. That's the worst thing that you can do, and that's also what my players said after the whole run was over. That I should have just said no when they would try to open another angle, because they had the feeling that when I was like saying yeah sure, that there was more behind it than there really was. That they thought, oh, maybe this huge conspiracy, very complicated, very intertwined. And then in the end, no, it was completely simple.
That will kind of depend upon your gaming group and the kind of game you're playing a bit too, because sometimes you are playing a deep conspiracy game. Sometimes a GM will constantly play some strange clip of like an encoded sound that was never cracked from World War II. Because I totally had a GM do that to me, and I had no clue what was going on. Love you, Brandon, wherever you are. As if you'll ever watch this. The problem of analysis paralysis is also a bit of a social contract that the things you are talking about that the players are getting for the most part will be perceived as true. To feed them false information, and I like to think that I kind of played up that this guy wasn't super trustworthy when he was feeding you that false information.
Yeah,
that vibe too.
I felt that too.
Excellent. Because at the same time, I don't want to ask, quick, roll judge intentions on this. But if you guys had popped up with a hey, can I roll this? The answer is always yes. But remember, it's always be consistent about how you say that. Be like, there was a couple of times people rolled things, and are you comfortable with that level of success? It's not, oh, are you sure you don't want to edge that? Or, hey, you should probably edge that. Because that kind of infers, hey,
Yeah,
you're going to fail if you don't do it, rather than where if you're consistent, it puts that thought in the player's head of like, do I actually need to spend one of my limited resources to get this done, or is it not that important?
yeah. I mean, it's a good thing to do because I mean, as a GM, one of your jobs is it to provide a challenge. And how can you estimate if you provide a challenge? Look at the resources and look how much resources did they need to spend to accomplish their goal. And when your runners come out with full edge and no damage and anything, then either they did a damn fine job or it was just too easy.
Well, there are different ways you can increase threat. There was a run that I was on recently. It was a very social run, but we were at an Ares Knight Errant party. So the moment we get made for anything going wrong, we are literally in the belly of the beast. Everybody around me probably has a gun. Everybody around me is legally required to arrest the shit out of me should I reveal myself as a criminal. So we got out of that with most of our edge intact, not having fired a shot, no damage, nothing like that. But were we in danger? Oh yeah, there's huge amounts of danger everywhere.
Yeah,
so
I
that's
guess you're right.
a throwing the danger is a different way. Like in this run in particular, there's a couple different ways that you are facing danger. One is the direct opposition of in this moment the ancients. They very clearly don't want you on their territory, but you are making your way into the territory. And now you have reason to be on their territory because you found that clip of the bike. Your other thing you're worried about is time because the Johnson wants this done before his daughter wakes up. There is another thing that is also out there in the ether working against you, as it were, but we'll talk about that later. Don't worry about it. It can't be anything horrible, I'm sure.
It's Cthulhu. I knew it.
It's the actual horrors.
Damn it, not again.
Wonder Hub was just a facade.
But no, if people have an idea on what they think is going on, please throw it out there. I would love to hear the.
My
boyfriend did it.
I must admit, I was kind of disappointed in myself when it came. It was more and more apparent with the initiation of the ancients. I was like, how did I not see that? She's an elf. It's the ancients. They raised. It kind of makes sense. I mean, for me at the moment, it looks very much like this is that this was kind of an initiation. Was there foul play or not? There probably was, but it's not completely certain for me yet. I mean, I'm short before putting money on it, but it seems to me very apparent. And the question is, who is that entity that managed to did that foul play, and how is the boyfriend involved? Those are two questions I'm really uncertain about.
Well, if we don't find out, we will discuss it afterwards. Go ahead.
Yeah, my theory is she wants it just like she is in for the thrills, and she somehow fell in love with the lieutenant, and the lieutenant just wants the bike for himself because it's a tricked out, top of the line Suzuki Mirage. There's no wireless on it, no grid guide and something, and it's completely tricked out.
Well, grid guide is something you can turn off.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's turned off. Yeah, but he basically just wants the bike. He didn't really care about her, but played along because he wants it. And if he can bring the girl to initiate and pick an extra crazy, dangerous route, there's a chance, and that can be helped, that she crashes. The bike survives. She doesn't not. He gets a new bike, and he maybe needs a new girlfriend. Everybody's happy.
Except for the roadkill.
Well, the girl got her thrills, so
Yeah, but
she
I
just went
must
too deep.
I mean, I must admit that theory has something to it because basically he is now at a very if that is true, he's at a very comfortable position because he doesn't need to kill her because if April comes around and is like, "Where's my bike?" he can say, "I don't know. You crashed mid in the middle of Touristville." I mean, everyone could have
Anybody could have
taken
taken it.
Mm.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know where it is, and yeah, you're never gonna see it again. And
Yeah.
he would
In
he,
the
he would
meantime,
be at a
he
very good
painted it.
position. I mean, he didn't
Yeah.
didn't
In the
lose
meantime,
in
he
the end
repainted
anything.
it. Changed ownership. Yeah. In the meantime, he had a guy change ownership of the car and all of the parts, repaint it, get that stupid pink off.
The wonderful
Yeah.
bright pink paint
Now,
job.
Blah.
Gwen, you were breaking up there a little bit.
Yeah, nothing serious.
No, I was saying just like your internet connection was breaking up a little bit. Um,
Yeah.
so it seems like we have significantly less GM-oriented questions this time, but that's fine. That means that people are either way more interested in what is happening in the story that we are crafting, or everybody has learned everything there is to know, in which case, hooray. If you guys have no other questions or things you want to talk about, we will get back into it as... I totally forgot her name again. Holly comes up to the group.
And just to be clear, because I had a brain fart just now. Holly is not the lieutenant that this girl was taking selfies with, right?
There was no pictures on the girls on April's thing about any selfies with any Ancients members at all.
Oh,
We
okay.
didn't even have access to a comlink.
Okay.
Holly is the person whose comlink that got marks on it from when the camera on the garage was marked.
Got it.
So she is presumably, if not on equal, +1 or -1 of the lieutenant of the area.
Okay.
And it'll take you guys probably about 10 minutes or so of waiting there with these ancients just kind of chilling around. Probably doesn't take nearly that much time to get somebody here from inside their territory on bike. They're probably doing it to power play you because screw you guys.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We have time.
We have time. So, a couple of minutes into it, an ancient will come up to you in their full regalia. It looks probably like a lieutenant as well. She's that older age of the elven preferred 25-year-old permanent beauty that those damn Keeblers have. She will confer for a moment with her associates at the border, and then begin to approach the car. Did you guys get back inside, or are you standing outside?
I was still standing outside.
BA will.
Damsel is still outside.
Driver's seat.
Yeah, it's also outside.
Okay. So she will begin to approach you guys in a very no-nonsense manner, and I hear you have questions. What can I do for the fine folks at Dock Wagon?
Yes, I'm from the accounts receivables and insurance department. My client, unfortunately, is in the ICU. We have footage that places her in this area, and some of her property has gone missing. I'm kind of canvassing the area and seeing if anyone has any indication of where that might be. It was a Suzuki Mirage motorbike, pink. The VIN number escapes me at the moment, but do you recall anything like that?
She's gonna look back to her guys for a moment, turn around, it's like, pink bikes in this area? Nah. gonna kind of square up her shoulders a little bit.
Are you sure? Because we have a security camera from a building not far from here that places her driving in this direction.
She will kind of give you a stink eye for a minute, and then pull out her comlink and turn her comlink off. Look around, because the people that she sees are back alley, who is very clearly not a decker, up into the truck, seeing the trolls probably sitting passenger seat at this time, and the human is like, take a deep breath. It's like, all right, you very clearly aren't just here with Doc Wagon. What do I need to make this problem go away?
Well, the bike would be nice.
She's gonna to look to you guys for the group of ancients for a minute. Sorry, my words fell apart there. They're gonna kind of shrug, and she will. If you want to roll me a negotiate, actually, there should probably be a dice roll somewhere in there somewhere.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you are the person that is attempting to negotiate with them.
Sorry, I thought you were talking to someone else because they were typing. Okay, what role am I doing?
Negotiation to broker a deal with her.
Is Holly within sniffing distance?
No, she is staying away from you because she doesn't trust you.
Fair enough. Alright, so that's that, plus that, and... I'm going to do something a little gutsy here. I think I'm going to spend edge on the roll itself and get 6 again.
Sure.
So, let's see here. Greater than 5, and that's exclamation point to make it explode, I believe. Boom.
Yes, after V5.
Oops. Yeah, oops.
15 successes. That's very nice.
So with 5 successes, I'm gonna throw some dice
I
back
rolled
at
a
you.
15, it got a 15. Ooh.
So she will go back and forth. Her tone is a little bit more threatening of, you know, this is our territory, and if we wanted, we could have you guys disappear. But in the interest of peace, I will allow. And she'll think about it for a moment. It's like, all right, I'll take 2 of you to the bike, and if you guys cut me a finder's fee for the bike, well, then we all walk out of this happy, don't we?
What were you thinking for an amount for the finder's fee?
It's at this point that Rob opens up his Hero Lab to check how much a Mirage is worth.
8,500.
Look at you. It's like, let's say it's a nice bike, but you don't look like the kind of person that wants to fill out all of the paperwork for all of the associated modifications that have been done to it, and, well, my folks aren't really interested in it. So let's just say 4,000 Nugen.
I can authorize up to 20% of its original retail value. Negotiation roll?
Yeah, you can roll another negotiation roll.
Alright, I will.
As I try and figure out how much various modifications will cost into it. And
20% of 8,500 is 850 times 2.
yeah. So you're looking at like 2 grand.
700.
Yeah, you're looking at like
Yeah,
2 grand
700,
because
1,500.
it's got mods in it.
Yeah.
It has at least the rigor control console. I know it's 1,000. Not rigor control console. I'm sorry, rigor adaptation.
I mean, if we go with the 5 trick out, yeah, yeah, that's a bike that's worth at least
Oh boy.
Are you comfortable with that?
Trying to think. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with it. This will be interesting.
How many dice did I roll previously? Oh, that was something I wanted to talk about, but I forgot to. Sorry, we'll do it afterwards.
Dice pools of.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So, all right, I will cut the difference with you. I will go $3,000. You can chalk the rest up to what you had to pay your muscle here to get you in and out of the territory as a business expense.
$3,000 minus any damages.
She'll come back at you with damages that were caused by us. Sure, damages from the crash, not our fault.
Fair enough.
Who would you like to bring with you, escorted into Ancient's territory?
Gonna look at the troll in the van.
Hooray! I get to kill elves.
So the van will kind of back to the side as Ingrid steps off of it with his large troll clodhoppers. I'll give you a follow me, and Holly will begin to bring you guys deeper into Ancient's territory. Alice, Back Alley, and Gremlin, what do you got going on? You got something you want to do while they're explorating?
Yeah, I would like to do a matrix search.
Sure.
Since I have that picture of that supposed lieutenant, I would assume I could use that to search for him.
You could probably do it also based off of you were into her comlink before she turned it off. You probably had plenty of time to get a contact list if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So it'll take you a couple of minutes, but it's not exactly
Yeah.
like he's running silent or anything in the middle of his territory. So it'll take you a couple of minutes, but you will be able to locate his comm code, and you'll be able to perhaps call it if you wished. Graham and Back Alley, you guys want to do anything while you're there?
The other patrol is still there, right? They're still watching us?
Yeah, there are 3 guys that are hanging out here that were here before. Egran's friend is going with Holly to the garage. And Egran, what weaponry are you carrying with you?
Literally all of them.
Okay,
Good answer.
that's
Machine
going to
gun
be a
in
little
one hand.
awkward. Walking around with a machine gun, a semi-automatic grenade launcher, an assault rifle, machine pistol.
Okay. Can I conceal the assault rifle at least in my giant trench coat?
Not exactly. An assault rifle is a huge thing. It actually gives people, I believe, +10 to notice it. Like, you could try and conceal it, but them going to perceive it as like +8 or 10 to spot it.
What about the grenade launcher?
That's even worse, I believe. I believe it's page 420 or so of the core rulebook.
Yeah.
I leave my heavy weapons only. Take my 2 machine pistols. Actually, machine pistol and SMG.
Page 420.
The thing is, they only need 1 success, so if they even have halfway decent intuition, then...
Well, it's more the situation of they know he's going to carry guns, but if he's carrying a ruin your entire day with a machine gun type thing, they would
I mean,
react differently.
He's a troll, I mean...
Now you're being racist.
Yeah, man, that's not cool.
Yeah. I'm sorry that no other meta type is capable of carrying these things.
So you guys will be driven through the area. Well, not driven, more walked. Graham and BA, did you guys want to do anything while you're on this side of the barricade, or what? Um, Graham at least has a fly spy that is up in the area looking around at things, which I will prompt you to roll stuff for in a little bit.
BA wants to look for escape route on foot, and basically just look around, look for back alleys where you could lose a vehicle in if you get chased.
Yeah, you want to roll perception real quick, and we'll see see what your
Yeah.
escape routes look like.
I assume visual, right?
Yeah, unless you can hear the walls. So with 6 hits,
Not really.
it's a giant pile of hits. There's obviously the way back you came, which will probably be where the van throws in reverse and just gets on out of here. Looking down one of the side alleys, you see a perfectly placed dumpster to fire escape that is the ladder is up on, which can get you up onto the roof, and then there's a couple of buildings close enough that you know you can totally run across if you need to get out of here. Is there anything else you want to ask about the environment as you have a bunch of successes?
How many ancients are visible right now for me?
So right now you see 3 that are sitting at the border. You see a couple of elves that are in some of the nearby buildings, like looking out the window because something is clearly going on. Intermittently, they're like, all right, yeah, no, they're still out there, guys. And then go back to whatever it is they were doing. It is possible they're just popping up from cover and are making sure you're still there as to whether or not they need to take shots at you. But that would be really paranoid to think that way. And then there's a couple of significantly more civilian elves in the area. A few humans, but that's it for non-elven metatypes. Anything else you want to know? Because you did get 6, so I feel like I should owe you a little bit more.
What's up, that. What posture do the elves have? Like, how are they all looking? Like, are they nervous? Are they agitated? Calm?
The civilian elves or the ancient elves?
The ancient elves, the patrol border
So
guards.
the border guards look a little agitated, which is fairly consistent with having to do anything that resembles a job. Like, I'm here to just make sure nobody comes into our territory. Great, somebody's coming into our territory. Time to call the boss.
Okay.
Most of the other civilians are fairly even keel and not really doing a whole lot of anything exciting. Graham, with your 2 hits on your fly swash perception, you will notice that the parking lot in front of this garage is empty. Not even like parked cars, nobody in it. And it has kind of been that way for the previous time. Is there anything you want to throw on there as additional asking? Because this is the second or third time you've had the chance to look at this area.
Sure. There's no additional locks on the garage, and it is indeed connected to the matrix.
It was connected to the matrix until somebody turned their comlink off because they had gotten a mark on them.
Oh.
How did they know that?
Because somebody was like, "We have footage if it's in your garage." So she checked her phone and then turned her phone off.
Okay.
I didn't say we had it in the garage. I said we had it driving toward this area.
Then I overreacted, and she still turned it off.
Yeah, it was also at that moment I was like, wow, she makes really fast connections.
Yeah, we're still asking around about it, so it makes sense.
She's the boss for the reason, just saying.
Yeah.
That's
That logic 7 elf.
You roll in with one company-looking person and 3 Shadowrunners. Like, there's something up, so it's like, it doesn't look like there is like keypads or anything like that. It looks like it's typically just a electronically activated garage door. Which at the current, there's like a little control thing, I guess, that you would have to turn like the wireless on and off, or to punch in a key code to do so. But a couple of minutes will go by before Damsel and Egrand and the Holly will come up on the place, and if those two would like to roll some perception tests.
Yeah, give me a second.
Visual or audio?
Your choice.
Oops. Has to be a space there. Here we go.
So Egrand, it smells of elf in this area. It's quite offensive. However, you will notice that the um, there's nobody really like guarding this area. There isn't any of the bikes that you saw in your previous footage here. They are not even like on the street out here, and you don't even see like a large congregation of them down the block or so. Um, Damsel, you will hear the sound of an engine in coming from inside.
Like an engine, is it being started or is it running as we're going?
Like idling inside the garage. It sounds probably like a mirage.
Mm-hmm.
Need access. I want it.
Well, we're being led to it, so.
Yep. So she will come up to about halfway down the parking lot and will then pull out her comlink, turn it back on, do a quick thing, and you guys will see the light on the garage door ping, and it will begin to slide open. And inside, you guys will see the pink bike. It is in the middle of two green bikes that are knocked over and laying down. Engine is running. And it is moving, like the handlebars are twisting left to right a little bit as it's trying to do stuff.
Gonna look at Holly. Is that one of yours trying to pilot it?
My men want nothing to do with that bike. And she is standing away from it like, that's what you wanted, go get it.
Let's see. So in Shadowrun, do they still require any sort of a key to start the vehicle, or is it all keyless stuff now?
It's a lot
You need a
closer
mark.
to keyless stuff. Normally, if you have it, like if it is your bike, you will have marks on it. You won't be able to do that. This bike in its current state is already on, so
Right.
that kind of monkey
If I
wrenches
wanted to
things.
remove the keys from the ignition to turn it off.
Sure. As you begin to approach the bike, it will begin to roll backwards away from you.
Other
I
eyebrow goes up.
Eddie and I are working with hacker Alice, I think, to do something about it.
I try Matrix Perception. Maybe I see it on the Matrix.
Sure. Roll some dice.
Yeah, I'm probably still Hudson. That's not 161 dice. Do I see the bike in the Matrix?
Let me throw some dice and let's find out.
Or does it some kind of bullshit wrapper running silent defense where you need to know at what it is wrapped to detect it in running silent?
Oh, wait a second.
Let's wait a second.
What if her mind is still stuck in it?
Possible. Even though rare, because normally you would just get dump shocked when you lose connection. But
Right. Oh, sorry. Just chills.
No, it's fine. Let's
maybe
just
it was overtaken by an AI.
Also true.
So you will see the bike's icon now that it has been the garage door is opened. It has a persona loaded on it.
Weird. Persona. Normally, you don't run your persona on your bike.
Like a persona software or someone's icon.
Like it has gone from being just the bike's icon into being a user's icon.
What's it look like?
It is bright pink, surprising nobody. It looks like a young elven woman.
Okay. Quick question to the rigger: can the sensor package on any drone rigged vehicle or a rigger adapted vehicle see an AR as well?
It's a good question that I don't know the answer to.
Okay.
I don't think there's any specific sensor for AR stuff, but as it is a persona and it has a thing, you would a solid basic perception check will give you a comm code thing that you can actually call.
So there's a comm code we can call to call the bike?
Yeah,
Yes.
call the persona that's using the bike. Yes.
I'm gonna do that, assuming we can cooperate and get that information lined up.
Yeah, your
I would assume so.
your
Do
matrix
you want to
person
lead
is
the
a
test, or should I lead?
To hack it or to talk to it?
To find the comm code.
Oh,
Well,
I'm not gonna be able to find the comm code.
you found the comm code on the matrix perception. That's
Ah, okay.
Well
Yeah,
then,
then I would share it, definitely.
awesome. Then I am going to call that comm code and kind of, assuming there are more sensors toward, pointing out the front of the bike, gonna stand toward the front of the bike so it can see me. And comm to my ear.
and
Wait for
then
the
dial.
Yeah.
How
So
much distance is between us and the comm link? Because
The comm link that is running the persona.
yeah, because based on the noise, I would guess I would have probably knew how much noise there would be, so that would at least give me a basic idea of how far that comm link is away.
Trying to figure out what you would roll to narrow that down.
Matrix perception, I would guess. Because
Yeah,
would
that sounds close
follow
enough
the
for me.
connection.
So it looks like the place where the signal is originating in is in downtown. And as you spend a little bit of time narrowing it down, it seems like it is in one of the dock wagon facilities in downtown.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess no one is going to pick up.
Well, it's funny you should say that because as you call, you will get a panicked voice of hello? Hello, who's that?
Hello. Who am I speaking to?
What do you mean who are you speaking to? This is April. What's going on?
Miss Fontaine, my name is Angelica Nichols. I'm here to take you home.
Home? Where am I? It was so dark for so long.
I believe you may be stuck inside a motorcycle.
Motorcycle? My bike?
Yes.
What do you mean stuck inside?
We have some sort of signal going from your current location of your body to an icon located in a garage where we have found your motorcycle.
That doesn't make any sense. But I and she begins to kind of mumble a couple of things for a little while in the panicked way one would do if they have been locked away from that's what I want, sensory deprivation type situation for a little while.
I'm gonna step in front of the bike and make sure I'm crouched down in front of the cameras and say, Miss Fontaine, can you see me right now? And I'm gonna wave.
She's like, yes.
Okay. I want you to take a small step forward for me. Does the bike move forward?
The bike will begin to slowly roll forward.
Okay. I'm going to send a video feed to you of what I'm seeing. I want you to try very hard not to panic and understand that we can resolve this situation as long as you work with me. So I'm going to send her the video feed of, like, through my glasses, seeing the bike moving, forward and moving its handlebars and such.
She will receive that feed, and the bike will begin to act erratically and backing up away from you. It's like, what? How does this happen? How do we fix this?
We will. Well, the situation can only be helped by bringing your body and your icon closer together. We can have some Matrix specialists to try to ease your consciousness back to where it belongs.
So to answer Alice's role about Matrix dangers, about getting stuck in devices, there was a lot more stuff about this going on a couple of years ago with the second Matrix crash. People will talk about e-ghosts and technomancers and otaku and all of that other kind of crazy stuff. While this isn't normally like, and Grem can probably back you up on this, if the bike was shut off, it would dump shock her, and that would suck. But something about this situation isn't exactly ringing in your head as that simple.
It's never that simple.
No, it's the Matrix, for heaven's sake.
Right?
All right, so does she understand that her mind is trapped in a bike at this point?
She is a little panicked. If you want to throw some like leadership dice to try and calm her down.
Let's see, do I even have? Yes, I do. Hurrah! And I won't even ask about the tailored pheromones because it's a bike.
It's a bike.
What, the bike doesn't have a smell sensor?
I feel like something would get lost in translation between a smell sensor and her brain of understanding that you smell good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to spend an edge to get 6 again on this.
Yep. Get some exploding 6s in there.
Yeah. And exclamation point. Huzzah!
Oh man. So she's gonna come back at you with a, well, all right, what do you need me to do?
Okay. So I'm going to need you to trust me, first and foremost. So the bike is oriented so its back is toward the garage door, correct?
You have a troll. It is fairly easy for you to get that bike out of there.
Okay. So my associate here, and I'm going to have the troll come so it's, within easy sensing distance of the bike, is going to lift you and turn you around. I want you to do your best to follow the van that's outside that I will be getting into. I'll be looking out the back the entire time. If we get separated, we will stop and find you immediately.
She's gonna kind of blink her headlight as though she were nodding at you.
All right. So, I guess we're gonna head out of the garage and make our way back toward the dock wagon facility where Miss Fontaine is held in ICU.
So as you begin to come out of the garage into the parking lot and begin to walk by, Holly is gonna stop you. It's like, so that money?
I'm gonna toss her the cred stick. Not necessarily underhanded, but kind of overhanded. Like, just let me do my job, please, and then we're gonna go.
And she will, after being paid, will beam you the fake elven smile and have two of her men that kind of come out of one of the nearby buildings take you back to the border. They will be keeping a wide berth from the haunted bicycle, and you guys will be able to load back up into the van. And so long as Gremlin drives like a normal person,
I'll do my best.
The bike will be able to follow.
Mm-hmm. So we get the bike to Dock Wagon.
Yeah, you guys can get the bike back to Dock Wagon. What's your plan of action in this situation?
So I guess we need to figure out whether or not it would be simple enough to disengage the bike and dump shock her back into her own head. But we need someone who's, do we have someone on our team? I'm not entirely sure if we have a decker who's on this enough to, I guess, help the process along.
You have two people who are very relevant in this situation.
All right.
Yeah.
I would try to throw my medicine first. The question of, is that a good idea?
Well, Graham, you've probably been dump shocked once or twice, and Alice, you've definitely been dump shocked once or twice. You know that it sucks, but it's not fatal.
Yeah.
However, this isn't a normal situation, and Alice knows that because she's thrown several Matrix Dangers dice rolls across the thing, and just something's just eking you. Graham, you've jumped in and out of vehicles all the time, so you have a good idea of how this is done. In the interest,
but there's still something beyond a regular dump shot going on here.
potentially, you're not really sure without having her medical records on hand to look through.
Right. We don't know how she's doing.
Yeah, since she's in the hospital, she probably isn't doing too well, so it would be preferable if we don't have to dump shock her, or maybe would get the word of an expert about this, because at that moment, I'm not feeling too... I mean, I could dump shock her, no problem, but I don't know if that would be a really good idea.
I think we need to contact Mr. Johnson at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Does someone else want to do that, or should I?
You should do it.
Okay, then I'm
You do
going
the
to...
talking, you do the lifting.
Fair enough.
So
So I'm going to dial the comm code that we have for Mr. Johnson.
you will get a very tired, overworked-looking human man who's like, Fontaine's office, how can I help you?
Excuse me, I need to speak with Mr. Fontaine as soon as possible. It's urgent.
He will kind of look at you as like, urgent about what?
It's regarding his daughter.
He'll be like, hold one moment, please. And then a second technically a third, I guess, comic will be added to this and be like, yes, what is it?
Mr. Fontaine, my name is Angelica Nichols. I'm in the parking garage for the dock wagon facility that your daughter, April, is being cared for. You asked us to look into her accident.
Did you find out who was responsible?
Yes, but more importantly, we may have information that might help her recover faster.
He will give you just the briefest of pause as if you were to continue, and then when you do not continue, like, well, what is it? Come on, out with it.
It's... how familiar are you with rigging, sir?
He'll pause for a moment as if you had sort of not necessarily offended him, but of course he's familiar with rigging, and the assistant will be like, he has his personal chauffeur as a rigger. What does that have to do with his daughter?
We believe that your daughter's consciousness is stuck inside her motorcycle.
Preposterous. She has no control rig implant.
I'm going to key in the doctor's, or not the motorcycle's comm code and do a conference call.
Sure. And her icon will pop up into the thing, and he will look at him like, "What kind of trick is this? This is not how you'll get your money."
This isn't a trick, sir. April, your father's on the line. Can you see his video feed?
And the little icon will kind of like turn and look around and be like, "Dad?" And his icon is, of course, of a strapping, in his prime, elven man, because
He hasn't changed it in years.
Before the marriage.
Yeah.
Before the marriage.
yeah,
When he was a panther on the prowl.
exactly.
Jesus.
The assistant will look back and forth, really confused. The Johnson will turn to April and be like, "Who are you? What is this?" And April will give him "Oh, it's your daughter," and then they'll go back and forth in a little bit of thing that I don't need to masturbatory roleplay in front of you. And he's like, "Very well." And turning back to Dennis, like, "Explain how this happened."
Sorry, give me a minute while I put my words together. We believe that she was rigged into the motorcycle and was forcefully thrown from it. Except normally she would have suffered dump shock, but we believe she may have gotten stuck instead. It's not completely unheard of, but I'm not the person most technologically qualified to help with this. However, my team is prepared to help make sure no further damage is done to your daughter's consciousness.
And her icon will beam happy stars of hopefulness. How do you expect to get this done?
Well, sir, I'm hoping you can help us get this vehicle as close to your daughter's hospital suite as possible. Proximity can only help the process.
And he'll give you a very well. I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
And you guys are in the parking garage of the dock wagon thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, do you guys want to do anything in 20 minutes, or do you want me to just wind the clock?
I'm okay with winding the clock.
Yeah.
Wind
Wait
it.
for him.
Alright, so 20 minutes.
BA will look around for. Wait. BA wants to look around for like quick exit routes because we're in a parking garage and this can turn fishy.
Oh, fair enough.
But you know.
Good point.
So, are you got what floor of the parking garage did you guys park on?
Probably the ground floor close to where ambulances drop off people.
Okay. So there is any number of places you could get to by foot to get out of here. All around you, in varying distances, there is barriers you could hop over and be on the outside of the parking garage. There is differing levels of vehicles that you could use for cover to get from A to B. It's not exactly the kind of place that, if helicopters came with people to fast rope down on top, they've got like 4 or 5 floors of parking garage in between you and them. So it's a fairly safe position that you're probably not going to get shot up on.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the paranoia can keep you alive.
Yes, it can. It is a
Especially
survival
someone
trait.
with already criminals in.
It's not paranoia if you're right.
Correct. So 20 minutes will go by, and you will see a very fancy limo pull up out front. And it will do the troll sway as the elf Earl gets out with his little assistant. out of one of the elevators on the other side of the parking garage, you will see a gurney being wheeled out with the form of a young woman on it, with all kinds of things attached to her and that kind of stuff. There are a couple of orderlies with her that are bringing them over to where you guys have the bike.
Do these look like regular orderlies or quote unquote orderly? We're actually wearing Kevlar underneath our scrubs orderlies.
As much fun as it would be to jump upon you at this point, they are just orderlies. They are not disorderlies.
Okay, I was about to say.
Suddenly, they all pull out hidden semi-automatic grenade launchers.
Right? They have implanted cyber shotguns, and you're just annihilated at the moment of.
No.
So how does April look at this point?
You want to roll your medicine, or was that there that I see already? No, that was from earlier. Yeah, if you want to just roll your medicine related stuff real quick.
So there's that, and then there's that. And I'm not going to spend the edge this time.
Sure. So her right arm has been removed.
Okay.
It has been not necessarily like prepped for attachment, but it has been like bandaged up and is sealed. You know that like the next part is going to be the physically traumatic part of attaching nerves and that kind of stuff to the mounting mechanism. Her face has half of it covered in bandages. That was where she smashed her head against the ground, but no work really seems to have been done there. She is still and unmoving, and as she is wheeled out, you see the bike begins to roll back away from it in a potentially oh no kind of way.
Just gonna put a steadying hand on one of the handles and say easy. So it's gonna be okay.
And then the orders will stand there like the man who pays the bills told us to bring him out here. The Earl is going to walk on over. It's like, well, just do it then.
All right. So aside from the bandages, it doesn't look like they've put like a cyber skull implant on her.
No, it doesn't look like they've actually gone to the implantation phase. This is just that arm was completely wrecked, so let me just go ahead and get rid of that, because we're going to get rid of that anyway, and if we leave it on there, it's infection and all that other wonderful stuff.
Okay. I'm going to dial the bike again and ask April. April, I have a serious question for you, and it's okay if you don't know the answer. Are you by chance a technomancer?
I'm going to roll some dice here real quick.
Because if we had a technomancer who knew about this stuff, he could just tell us, "Oh my God, the resonance is."
Well, she rolled amazing on her composure test when "Are you a technomancer?" So that's good for you guys because it means she's not going to freak out. She's like, "Would he? No, I never had any of that kind of stuff that they talk about. I was never any good with computers."
Okay, because you're jumped into this bike like a rigger would be, but you don't have a rigger control console. You don't have a data jack.
No, it was going to be for my 18th birthday in a couple of weeks.
Well, that might be redundant.
She's going to sim sense you of being confused.
For now, let's not worry about it, and we'll see if we can put you and you back together.
So what I'm going to need here is I'm going to need some kind of roll from Alice and Gremlin to come up with a mix of how Gremlin backs out of things when she is rigged into them, and then translated that with a little bit of Alice's technomancer knowledges to try and coerce her out of the bike and back into her meat sack.
Well, that sounds easy.
Is there any way I can help this along with medicine knowledge, making sure there's enough, like, I don't know, somehow jerry-rig up a neural interface?
Medicine has little to do with the resonance.
Good.
Good. Yeah. So it's not your fault when we mess up.
Exactly.
Silver linings, am I right?
Yeah.
I never took the oath. Just let's be clear, I never took the oath.
Of course, the dog wagon people can't help with that either.
Hmm.
So should I use possibly a hardware skill?
Yeah, we can use that. We can use whatever you guys want, as long as you feel it is appropriate.
I'm gonna hack it.
Here's a saw.
Hack the world.
Well, that's
I
hacking.
thought it might be rather intrusive to ask to rig in to the bike itself in order to kind of get down to the bottom of the solution here.
So you want to just kind of roll on up, walk on up to it, and jack yourself in?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's occupied, right? It's like open a bathroom door. It's like, oh, somebody
Oh,
here.
my bad. In
But
this
I don't know if it
situation, I
works
really like the idea of Alice giving you a little bit of information with her terrible. Oh, you gonna edge it?
I'm gonna edge that.
Awesome.
I have the feeling this is kind of an important role, and I personally would like not to kill the Johnson's daughter in front of the Johnson.
Oh God.
I can't imagine anything would go horribly wrong in that situation.
This suddenly becomes Shadowrun Vegetable Edition.
Yeah. Suddenly, those orcs do have weapons.
Mr. Johnson, would you rather have a daughter or a vegetable?
Man.
Wow.
All right. So Graham, he's gonna start talking some shit, and you're like, yeah, whatever. You go over and you, I imagine, lay down next to the bike and just kind of jack in.
I mean, I feel like at this point I might have to roll a composure against not doing it.
If that is what you feel like is relevant, please do.
Well, good guys that this was a one shot.
It's not quite a one shot, but yeah. So are you jacking in, or are you gonna find some other way to help her get out?
I'm gonna find another way. I think jacking in should be the last resort.
Okay. What is your what skill would you like to roll to facilitate how you're telling her how to get out of there?
Probably hard. Yeah, I'm gonna try hardware.
Sure.
Would drones be applicable here? The drone specialization.
You could totally take drones, and you can totally take jury rigging, because this is pretty much the
Both. Yeah.
This is the essence of jury rigging.
yeah.
Oh, I just had an idea. Since she got stuck in the bike when she was last touching it, should we have her body touch it again?
Yes.
So we're gonna put the bike near the gurney. Put the
Grab one of her arms and kind of lay it on there.
Yeah.
How many ones is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh jeez. I got this, guys.
You sure?
You sure you don't want me to help with my technomancy?
I mean, you did just ask her to her face if she was a terrorist. I mean, you know, you good with your 2 hits on hardware, or do you want to?
Yeah, I'd like to edge if I could.
Sure.
I do have plenty of it, so I might as well.
That human master race, right?
Yeah.
And how does that work? I just re-roll the misses, right?
So you would be rolling 11 dice. That's better. Gonna roll a little bit of dice here just to see how well it goes. Okay, so you will kind of connect them, and you'll go through the mental steps that riggers go through all the time to once again reunite your brain with your meat. And as you're kind of working her through it, her eyes on her meat body will begin to flutter a little bit. Her fingers will begin to slowly twitch, and well, the fingers on her one hand that she has because she's missing an arm. And you will
The other
hear
start to
a
twitch.
you will hear a deep gasp of breath from her meat body as the bike becomes unstable and goes to fall over.
Gonna catch the bike. It's got enough dings on it. Don't want to get charged for that.
And you will hear her begin to burst into tears because, well, that's a lot of pain to wake up into.
Yeah, she's missing an arm.
Missing an arm, your face is all messed up.
I'm gonna let the psychologist and the pharmacist handle her from now on.
Right. Her dad will move at a pace that is not conceivable outside of magically augmented movement for somebody of his girth. Shoving past you guys and having a heartfelt moment with his daughter. She will be doing pretty okay, and then after a moment or so calm down, one of the orderlies will come over and it's like, we should really get her back inside and make sure everything's okay now that she's awake. And he will choke back a man tear and allow them to take her off. Before he turns back around to you guys, he gives a good straightens himself out and turns around to face you and is like, what was this about, Technomancer?
Nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
He'll kind of look amongst the group. Does anybody say anything on the subject, or?
It is a difficult subject, and it is, as far as I know, still not completely explored how people's mind can get stuck inside a device. So it's hard to explain how it got in there and how it got stuck there. You would probably need to ask an expert on the field.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the therapists handle this one. And hopefully she winds up working for Horizon, using her abilities and not hunted by Horizon.
So he'll kind of look around a little bit. It's like, very well, as promised, and he'll break out some cred sticks to hand to you guys, which will include the 5,000 nuyen that I will add to the character sheets of the people involved, with the exception of Damsel. I'm sorry, Damsel.
No, that's fine.
I will also add a bunch of karma to those character sheets for the next time that I do this. There may be some character improvements made to them, or something along those lines. Because this may not necessarily be a one-shot. If you guys had fun with this, I might try and get other GMs that didn't make it into this one into the next one, and to kind of keep it going. See where this crazy idea kind of goes. But that will basically call it for what I had in mind as far as the run goes.
Okay. Well, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was great.
The thing that you didn't know that you were racing against was if she went to surgery, the amount of implants she was to receive would have reduced her resonance to 0 and killed her.
Oh.
She would have burned
On the
out.
clock.
Yeah, she's not a high-power technomancer. She's like a resonance 1 or 2 in a time of extreme emotional shenanigans of going on in the race. She accidentally rigged into it because technomancer stuff.
Yeah. It's
So
not
that
exactly
would-
something you
Yeah.
just know by
Connection.
looking in the mirror.
No. So I guess from here we will go into full-on questions and answers about the run, GMing, whatever you guys in the Twitch chat want to talk about. we got a little bit of time out of my planned 6 hours to talk about whatever, and the Reddit thread will be there for continued discussion on various things after that time.
Okay, let's talk about dice pools because
Yes, I totally brought this up. So,
But before we get going, I'm actually going to hop out, guys. But I wanted to say thank you very much for letting me hop in last minute, and because I have not gamed in months, and I've missed this a whole lot, especially Shadowrun. So thank you.
it was
you were
a
crucial. Thanks for joining.
you should
it was a
try out /r/runner hub.
Yeah, I think I subscribed to it toward the beginning of the session. So I think it's the right Reddit runner hub because there was Shadowrun stuff everywhere. So
yeah, that sounds like us.
okay.
It is a giant community of huge numbers of people. Just kind of, it started a little over a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Our Shadowrun was full of people who were like, I want to play, but nobody in my area will run. And then Valenthos was like, you know what? I'm going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Yeah, I have 2 days to kill and nothing else to do.
So he ran, I think he did about 36 hours of straight Shadowrun, 6 games.
Jeez.
Ran 6 games back to back. And from there, the hub was born as a large community of persistent characters and relationships and stuff interacting between them. The games are mostly in a one-shot type situation, but
That's the Shadowrun.
your things that happen in certain runs can carry over to consequences from other runs, and there are some GMs that have their own pseudo campaigns that are going on where they have consistent Johnsons and NPCs and that kind of stuff. That being said, as you mentioned you had to go, I'm not going to try and keep you because real life is stupid and everybody hates it. But come by and see us. We'll be there.
Absolutely. Thank you again.
Thank you for coming.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Dice pools.
Dice pools.
This is something that comes out all the time, and I am going to drop upon you the greatest of knowledge that one could have. 12 plus or minus up to 4 dependent upon threat. That's it. Those guys that were rolling around to negotiate for you at the guard, and you were like, well, how does he have 16? He's like, I started with 12. I added him 4 more dice. How did he get to 12? Doesn't matter. How did he get to 16? Doesn't matter. I then explained it through social penalties and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. The Holly, when she came up, she had a higher, but didn't have the dice pool penalties, but she was the lieutenant, so she had like a 12 plus 1 or 2 more because of penalties, or bonuses in this case. That kind of stuff. Your average security guard probably has a dice pool of 9 for perception. He has an average human intuition of 3. He has an average skill of 3 to 4 because he is, as a security guard, supposed to be looking for stuff. So that brings him up to a 7. And then if he has contacts, glasses, cyber eyes, or is just looking like suspiciously on the lookout for people, that easily brings him up to 9. If he gets an observe in detail in there for somebody maybe slightly botching a stealth check, that gives him 12 all of a sudden. If you're talking about HTR, they're probably on the 12 plus 4 range, because that is highly trained operation levels. Still probably a little lower than most of your min-maxed out characters in their appropriate dice pools, but HTR are not threatening because of their dice pools. On a similar level, I start with 15 for your soak on average, because that's body 3 plus an armor jacket. Armor jackets are super cheap, but is it an armor jacket? No, in this case, it's a, let's say he is a biker, so he's probably a little bit more fit than normal, so he's body 4. He's wearing Urban Explorer or Biker leathers, which are armor 9, and he has a helmet for plus 2 for safety. So that brings him up to 15. That's fine. You want to get into your higher security people, well, maybe this guy has ortho skin because he got burned real bad in an accident, or this guy has bones because he's just bought them, or this guy has a cyber arm from an accident that has an armor modification in it. How you get to that number doesn't really matter, just so long as it kind of makes sense for the level. You can easily fit. I was messing around as a thought process and had a character gen legal troll with 52 soak. Like, it's not a character, but it's the kind of thing that I can windmill down at a missions game and be under 0 penalty. Like, his dice pools were like 52 for soak, I want to say like 9 for dodge, and 15 for mono whips, because why not? If I'm going to be the most ridiculous thing ever, I might as well be the most ridiculous thing ever.
Jesus.
But just like a base of 3 or 4 for your attributes for most people is average to slightly above average until you throw in your meta temp modifiers. Like, your trolls are going to be beefier. If you're worried about your people being rolled over because of initiative, because your Street Sam's rolling plus 3d6, those gangers out there that they're going to have to fight, well, they've probably had cram. It's a stimulant. It lasts for hours. That's an additional d6 for them. That gives them a little bit of it gives them a +1 reaction and plus an additional d6 to their initiative to make them a little bit more of a palpable threat, as opposed to 7 + 1d6, which is probably not even going to get to go before he's been killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's goons.
It's an unfortunate
Yeah,
thing.
I've seen something.
Go ahead.
I've seen something similar about police officers. Like, it's like, yeah, most of them carry actual jazz and take it if they're not steamrolled automatically.
Yep, that sounds
So
about right.
that's also something.
Another important thing to remember is your standard security guard is not there to fight runners. That's a losing proposition for the corporation. Their job is to slow runners down, report their position, but not get an out and out gunfight with them. They're going to fight smart and fight defensively, because they are the dude with a taser and a pistol is outgunned by the troll with a minigun. He's just not going to fare well in that exchange. So he will, like, all right, they're going up to the 4th floor. All right, they're on the 5th floor. All right. This way, when HCR does arrive on scene, they know exactly where the runners are, and will begin to do all kinds of horrible HCR things to them.
Yeah.
And in an HCR situation, spirits can arrive like that to begin to do things. Drones can be quickly behind the spirits, and deckers can do stuff. And should your runners need to smack down when HCR comes and they begin to try and fight with them, HCR does not have a limit. Like, you'll find a first responding HCR team, but if you continue to fight with them, they're going to have there's going to be a second HCR team. They're going to call up other people and make quick negotiations for spirit backup. There's going to be the local, just normal street cops are going to be cordoning off the area, setting up roadblocks, getting civilians out of the way, shutting down everything in between. Grid guide's going to go offline or reroute traffic everywhere else. It's the world around you that makes HTR a threat. They are better equipped, better trained, better funded, and more importantly, not doing anything illegal. They don't have to worry about Overwatch on their deckers. They can just chain data spike you all day. Do not care.
Yeah.
Will never be converged on.
I mean, they could even just say, we're just going to contain you, and what you're going to do about it, we have time. Because the more time goes away, the worse it gets for the runners, because more reinforcements, more lockdown.
Yeah, it's only going to get worse for you unless it's in like a hostage situation and they have to protect somebody that you could possibly do harm to that they don't want. But even then,
still,
it gets ugly, because what happens when there's 6 spirits in the astral just waiting to manifest and just pound you? Because that's what's going to happen.
It's like... Yeah, also what to remember is, that's a detail. It's like, remember what corp you run against or what corp calls, because wishing, for example, spirits will probably be a quick response. Could be.
There is
because
no
they have
reason
an entire
why.
tradition.
There is no reason why an HCR team would not send a spirit to at least astrally scout and potentially get the the signatures of the people involved, which
Yeah.
for your runners is going to be a bad thing down the line should they ever that'll allow you to use the search power on them. But again, you don't necessarily want to do this to where they screw up one time and then they have to be retired, because that's no fun for anybody. However, if they are caught doing something horrible, like, murdering all the people and that kind of stuff, it's another
Killing
one
a
of
demigod.
it's another one of those things that we constantly bring up on the Shadowrun subreddit about always roll non-lethal first, because that corporation doesn't want to pay to have Steve replaced because he's dead, because you shot him. They don't want to pay to have the site cleaned up from all the blood from Steve going all over the place. They don't want to pay out death benefits or any kind of thing that resembles insurance to Steve's friends and family. You can't hide that easily when somebody is dead. If it was just, a bunch of stun rounds and nobody was really hurt, corporations can easily be like, that was a training exercise, you guys have all failed, I am docking your pay, you are losing vacation days, and just push that all under the rug.
Yeah.
Whereas when people are dead, that's way harder, because Steve is not coming back to work the next day because you put a bullet in him. But that is, once again, just the setting being alive and being reasonable. I constantly use the analogy of, in D&D, goblins do not call ogres. In Shadowrun, they 100% do that.
Yeah. And I mean, it's often advantageous to use stick and shock because of the side effects and the knockdown of gel ammunition. I mean, killing someone is bad for everyone participating, because it's bad for the corp, it's bad for the security guard, and it's bad for you as a Shadowrunner.
Exactly, because you're supposed to be professionals, not a murder hobo. And you can always upgrade later. You start off non-lethal and decide, you know what, I actually did want to kill this guy. You just kill him later. It's not that hard to upgrade. But to get back into various questions that you guys may have. Anything about the run in particular? Did you guys feel like it was maybe a loop at the end that got thrown, or did it start to make sense towards the end?
I think it made sense. I think you played it very well, because the whole time we were stuck on this idea, there was foul play. This couldn't have happened without it.
That's
you know, when you think about it, of course
it had to be a rigger, right?
Yeah, had to be. And we should have noticed at the point where we're like, this must have been a specialist, because he needs to be capable of hacking and rigging. We should have been, maybe that sounds a little bit too special.
And then you had those perfectly timed 8 hits on a Matrix Dangerous Technomancy, and then you kind of went away from it. It was like,
Even if I roll well, I roll bad.
Well, no, you rolled well, and I was really happy that it got thrown. But then I was like, how do I deliver this information without saying, yeah, no, this is probably exactly what it is. To go back to the question that was asked earlier about how do you design runs, this run was designed because in traveling to and from work on one day, I noticed that there was a lot of roadkill on the road, and I was like, that is awfully strange for each different section of highway that I am on to have at least 1 or 2 pieces. Like, there's 1 or 2 dead deer. It's like, all right, this is a little strange. So I was like, well, I got the idea that maybe this could be a Shadowrun, because a well-to-do person who is not exactly happy with the way that justice is proceeding would totally take matters into his own hands.
Yeah.
So he's going to hire some runners to find out what happened. It's then a matter of, all right, well, what did happen? And the idea that I had was not, let's try and find a situation that is not solved with violence. Because so often things can be solved via talking. Just a simple exchange of words can de-escalate a situation and allow you to get by without having to throw bullets. However, I still didn't really know what I could do with the daughter because it was one of those things of like, well, they could just go talk to her and find out what happened. So I was like, all right, hold on. A couple of days later at work, I was struck with a eureka moment of she's a technomancer that submerged into the bike. And she is in a coma, which is where a lot of the problems are coming from. Because all of a sudden, you don't know nothing. There are
Yeah.
there are avenues and levers you can pull, which is one of my big things. Is you have to have. I listen to a lot of the One Shot podcast. He has a side thing called Critical Success. One of his episodes is on levers. His example is in a standard fantasy setting. Players will go into a room that you as a GM put a secret door there, but the players don't know that. So they may look around, ask you what's in it, you give them a description, and then they might roll a find secret doors roll, but as we saw, those dice are fickle masters and will often fail when you need them to succeed.
Mm-hmm.
So inevitably that secret doors finding roll will fail. And they will go back around the dungeon or whatever, and that is not the player's fault, that is your fault as the GM. Because they were here, they were like, all right, we want to pull a lever. They looked around, saw no lever. Shit. Whereas if you go in there and you see a bit of writing in an elven script that provides some kind of riddle that hints towards, not like a super difficult riddle, but a, something referencing hidden passages or something along those lines, the players will read that and be like, I bet you there's a secret passage. And they will totally then roll that find secret passages roll. And because there is a hint, the difficulty check for that, for one, comes way down at the very least. For two, why did they need to fail it? Like, when they're actively looking, don't make it super difficult. Unless like your entire team in a D20 system rolls under a 10, they're probably going to find it. And even if they do, you could pick somebody that rolled the highest, and if it's important to your plot, throw them a bone, but do it in a way that, for lack of a better term, is degrading of, well, you guys are looking all over the place, you can't really find anything, but Eduardo the troll goes and leans against the wall to take a break, and the wall falls out behind him. It's like, found it, guys. So I couldn't just be like, all right, go investigate this thing. I had to give you guys levers to pull. You could have gone to the hospital and tried to work through Doc Wagon to find out more information about her. Or as the other team I had to do this run do, they contacted the Doc Wagon people that picked her up to get information from them. Like, one of the guys had a Doc Wagon contract that, through a little bribe and a good connection test, was able to get them in contact with her. You guys had the bike angle that you could pursue, which, for the other group, that led to a guy who owned a bike mod shop, which was able to give information on the bike itself, what it had been tweaked out with. People that, since he was the one that made it, if it rolled into a shop that was shady, he would have gotten notified, so that crosses off the capability of it being sold to anybody, so you knew it was still out there in the wild and not been dismantled for parts. Both of you guys ran into the homeless guy, and he was great in a oddball sort of way, because he was able to provide information and kind of point you guys in the right direction, but at the same time, there was enough of a personality to him to plant questions in your mind of who was he, because obviously he was not a homeless guy. A little too articulate for that. In the other group, there was a romantic connection between April and the Ancients. In this situation, that guy was just taking a shot in the dark. I gave you a truthful piece of information, jumped over to the homeless guy, gave you more truthful information, came back, fed you a lie. not like a completely unbelievable lie, but like, yeah, no, she was totally trying to get with the guy in there.
Yeah.
Jumped back over to the homeless guy, gave you more information. So I buried the lies in truth, which is kind of a dick move of me. But the person who was giving it to you was not exactly what's the word I want?
Honest person,
Yeah.
reliable source.
And as you guys all, well, I guess all you guys said that you kind of got that feeling from him, but you didn't express it through dice. I feel like I did my job. You guys just didn't follow up, so it's your fault. Um,
I just stopped giving him money after a while.
right? It's like, yeah, no. Well, the homeless guy was square, and he is actually the basis for a contact that one of my runner-up characters have, because nobody pays attention to homeless people, and they can be a wonderful source of information. Yeah. Did you guys have any questions about the characters and how they were created and any choices that were made in relation to them? Do you feel like you got a good feel for the characters just from their character sheet without any expansive backstory?
I can't talk about this because I helped making most of them.
This is true. You were here for that, so.
Yeah, the first thing that I noticed, and I think it was like 20 minutes after I picked her, was Alice doesn't have electronic warfare. I was like, especially I noticed that when I was like, when she tries to communicate, I don't know, Harley, when she tries to communicate, I just gonna snoop on her communications. Look at my character sheets. No electronic warfare. Damn it.
I thought Snoop was a hacking action.
No, it's electronic warfare as far as I
Okay,
know.
that is me not being up on my Matrix stuff. She should totally have electronic warfare in there, at least
Yeah.
a couple of points.
That would be a good idea to get that.
Either that or Gremlin should have it as well to assist in that field.
Yeah, I think it works on the sleaze rating, so he would need a sleaze device.
Yeah.
But for riggers, it is interesting to clear up noise.
Did you
Otherwise,
sorry, did you? I had a question about countermeasure.
Yeah.
Did you have a specific reason for picking up the quality? Did you just call me dumb?
It's kind of like that drill sergeant getting in your face situation. Let me look back at his
But
sheet.
he's also smart ass.
Okay.
Yeah, it's basically him
He's
schooling
got
you and
Aries.
being degraded, so degrade you at the same time.
I just thought it was interesting because you do have like 3 charisma based skills, but you have like a negative penalty to them voluntarily.
It leads in that situation. The "did you just call me dumb" will lead to very interesting roleplay opportunities when it becomes relevant. However, for 3 karma, it will not become relevant very often, because he has a large enough dice pool to make it work. However, when it does come up, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, did you call me dumb? It's a time bomb that's funny for everybody.
Yeah, so it's really just a
Well,
fun payoff.
in addition to that, it also kind of. So he comes from a bit of a military background, we decided. So a little bit of that could also come from slipping into those military procedures and protocols as he's dressing down somebody who's not. So when you say something, sysop, special forces, wordy talk, and they don't get it, they're like, "What? Are you trying to say I'm dumb?" It's a little bit of an attitude type thing more so than a mechanical thing. But it's possible that it does seem a little out of place. I was kind of sad nobody picked him because TACnet 2s are insane, but it probably wouldn't have been a good fit for this particular mission.
yeah, and I thought about it, but I was like, I have no idea about this TechNet stuff and how it exactly works and how I can exactly use it. Like, I know there's a thing, and I know I've read months ago, I read through it and was like, it's kind of meh, it's kind of expensive.
They are super expensive. So the short list of the things they do is like a team GPS, biomonitor, ammo count, and at a level 1 they give +1 to perception test to anybody who has the device slave to it. At level 2 they give you all of the stuff of the level 1, obviously. They increase your firewall of the device you plug them into. They will give you, in this case, as a level 2, +2 to all perception tests, visual, audio, all that good stuff. They will give you +1 to a combat skill of your choice. So they'll give you an additional automatics die to whoever is slave to it. They can pick whichever weapon skill they want. They will also give you a +1 sneaking die to anybody who is slave to the TechNet. And then the big thing is you can spend a simple action to transfer 5 of your initiative to somebody else.
But that only works on level 2, right?
That only comes in at level 2.
How much is a level 2?
325,000 Nuyen.
Yeah, no.
It is
powerful, but it's incredibly expensive.
Right, but in a squad commander position like that he is in, if he has that, he can't do a whole lot himself in combat. But when you pick one of the other combat heavies, it's like, have 5 additional initiative, and I will roll my rally for my leadership. So all kinds of other crazy stuff will begin to happen. Like, he's not going to do a lot himself, but man, is he going to make everybody else awesome.
Yeah, he can boost with the rally, additionally the initiative and that. That's cool. And honestly, he to me, and he looked kind of like a bard, like out of D&D.
A little bit of everything.
That, and he boosts. He's more about boosting the rest of the party, which makes it that the more people in the party there are, the better it is for him. The more effective he gets, which is nice, but you don't want to have a run with 10 or 15 guys.
No, that would be crazy. That would be straight up
but
unmanageable.
You can't manage that.
No, it's just a little much.
I must say, I was kind of for a long time I was kind of afraid that you would pull the pin on me, because you have a very interesting quality chain here on Alice. Alice has the human-looking quality.
Yes.
The social stress being mistaken for a human quality.
Yep.
And the nerd rage quality.
Yep. Had you gotten out of the car, instead of going hot sim in there, they probably would have made a breeder comment, which would have resulted in whoa. Breeders is a human thing, so I'm not human, and it would have been an interesting situation.
It's interesting to put human looking on a dwarf, because in my opinion you could almost create a dwarf looking quality.
Yeah, if you were super short.
Yeah, if a human is super short.
That was actually where we started with her when we built her, which the stream should be up on my YouTube channel. In the case of Alice, Back Alley, and Countermeasure, we started with a picture and went to, alright, based upon this picture, who do we feel like this person is? And then based upon those choices, we were going to build outwards from there to create a character sheet that will tell said story. With Alice, we kind of broke into the, well, is she actually a human? Because she could be an elf or a dwarf, because you can't really see her ears. And we run into the problem with finding Shadowrun art of 90% of it is female and 70% of it is human.
Yeah. That's a really real problem.
Yeah, it's super annoying.
Another thing that was a bit confusing to me, because mechanically, I didn't see much to it, but also story-wise, I was a bit lost. Like how that happened is she has two cyber arms, like mainhand and offhand, which are rather run-of-the-mill, like not much customized, like average ratings on it, and it was like, okay, I have these cyber arms, but why?
That was an unfortunate byproduct of the picture. We never really
Okay,
found out
yeah.
why or what happened that caused her to have cyber arms. It could have been related to whatever got her to drop out of tech school. If she, actually did drop out of tech school because she has all of those party-related knowledge skills, but she still has the education quality to support that kind of stuff.
Mm.
Maybe something happened where she got in a situation in the
She lost both her arms.
lost.
An experiment did go horribly wrong.
Well, it could have also easily been a. Let me see. A choice that she made for the shadows, because they're obviously tools and not weapons. Like her one arm has smuggling compartments, and the other one has that built-in toolkit and a cyber holster, so that you can bring things into places that you're not supposed to. Back alley is the same way, I believe, on her cyber arm.
Yeah,
What I would have,
yeah, we made her a drug runner.
Yeah.
what I would have changed here is what I find a bit weird is that the cyber holster is in the offhand, but the smuggling compartment is in the main hand. Because
That's a whoops on my behalf then.
I would imagine I would grab with my main hand in the smuggling compartment. Of course, her identities weren't exactly specified, so that was also a bit weird.
No, that was a whatchamacallit, that was down in the minutia when I got down towards the end of the character. I had 30 grand left of the various pieces of gear that I was going to pick up and purchase, but didn't want to do it on stream. Just
Yeah.
I could click through my fake name generator, which I will drop links into the chats, to come up with random names for her stuff, but I didn't because
Yeah, it's not necessary. I just noticed that.
in a long-running game or campaign, totally give your guys names because that will become relevant.
Yeah.
But
It's also easier to manage the sins then.
yes.
Because you're never forgetting the thing and you have it on your character sheet, and when your GM asks for it because of some reason, it might get in some
it's
logs.
actually super important if you're crossing borders and stuff, and they were like,
You never left. How do you come back?
exactly. Steve Robinson has gone across this border. I was like, all right, that is logged somewhere. And then if you do something horribly illegal and then you come back across the border, and it's like, well, hold on. If you have a distinctive style or you're some whack job race like a changeling or something, it can start to build that police file on you, which at some point down the road could maybe come back and bite you right in the ass.
Something that I also noticed, I don't think there's really much you can change about it, but that's probably a fault of Hero Lab, is that the knowledge skills are split over the character sheet. Like, knowledge skills...
That's probably
a
just formatting.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hero Lab
because I always have to
arranged
switch.
So Hero Lab switches arranged it so that the most space is used and doesn't really care about grouping them together.
Yeah, but if you then look at the last page, you're like, yeah, nice blank space.
Yeah.
So
It happens.
yeah, Zero Lab's fault. Yeah. And what I also noticed is, what I was looking through some of the characters,
Mhm.
and I don't know which character. I think one character has two Predator pistols, or called, I think, Ivory and Ebony. And
That was countermeasures, I think.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
so too. And what I noticed on him was he has gas vent 3 on Predators, and I was like, gas vent 3 on a semi-automatic weapon? Okay, you can do that. You're not gonna hit it often or need it often, but you can do it. And then when I later was playing Alice, and at a point where I had nothing to do and was looking through the character sheet, I was like, that style TMP doesn't have gas vent. I was like, damn it!
I apologize, and I feel like that is because I am offending the German engineering. And
Yeah,
efficiency.
it was like, I'm never gonna fire that full auto. Never. Not with that skill. 8 dice.
I will go in and fix that for you.
Yeah.
So
And of course, I often hit the limit with the deck, but yeah.
yeah, but
That's
that's
Yeah,
that was a limitation because we decided to go skills A on her.
You could do some things if you there are some programs that increase your matrix attributes like sleaze or data processing, like things for searches and stuff like that.
Yep, and that is now that she has some money to spend, that is totally on the list of things for her to buy. But
Is that really a ballistic mask customized that you bought for her?
yeah, well, it's like 150 new yen for a ballistic mask, 300 for a customized one that gives you dice for a thing. Like, why would you not get the customized one?
That's an interesting statement from you because I always perceive you as one character first, mechanics later.
You're telling me you want to get a cool mask? Have you ever played Payday?
Yeah, yeah, but
yeah,
when I read customized mask, I kind of expect that somewhere on the sheet it is written, okay, what is customized about it?
That is fair. That is a fair
yeah. Usually
statement.
it's up to fluff, really.
Yeah,
I
I mean,
I have some characters and there's like, yeah, those are customized masks if you see the pictures, because let me pull up one specific.
That was probably
Uh,
down to the fact that I just kind of like there's a certain list of things that I kind of always throw on people. One is
yeah,
a customized ballistic mask with a ultrasound sensor and a gas mask because
but
that will
so
let you
what
see
is...
mages and not breathe toxic chemicals.
Yep. This is, for example, mask customized for an only adept. I have built and rebuilt, and I may throw him on the hub again. Go through Shadowrun with him again, because Call of Honors are they are hard.
They're difficult. You have to be very smart about how you formulate them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had Path of a Samurai. Then I changed it to Path of a Ronin, but even that was very, very difficult.
Is Path to the
I had
Roman
it from
defined anywhere in Shadowrun, or did you just come
yeah,
up?
it's mechanically the same as Samurai, but you don't take the loyalty or service. You don't
Yeah,
swear service, you
that's...
don't swear loyalty. That's the
I mean,
only thing.
I think it's even written in
The
Code of
rest is
the
still
Samurai in Run Faster that,
yeah.
yeah, most Shadowrunners are more Ronin, not Samurai.
To answer Vaporcore's question, what should the opposition response be to an invisible as the spell Shadowrunner? So, important qualification on invisible is you still show up on the astral. So if they have Watcher spirits or normal spirits, they can still see you. A ultrasound sensor will show up invisible people.
Pressure plates.
Automated traps, even if you wanted to do simple things like if they throw a smoke grenade and they will see your general form going through the smoke. There is always important other aspects to remember of just because you're invisible doesn't mean you don't have to roll sneak checks, because you can be a klutz and bump into something and knock that vase over. You can be heavy footstepping, and that kind of stuff is still enough for me to shoot at you.
Or at least alarm someone, and
Yeah.
they still have to use doors, and these doors are probably connected wireless to something, and then you see that they open and close, but there shouldn't be anyone there. That's kind of...
Remember that everybody knows that magic exists and invisible things are all over the place, and there are a lot of things that can kind of be done to manipulate it. A super important thing that I will make mention of: if all of your runners have low lifestyles, unless they take specific steps to prevent it, they don't bathe regularly. So things like dogs or people that have cyber noses can smell them. And no
dogs
amount
can
of...
always smell you.
Right. And no amount of sneaking dice is going to keep you from not being smelled.
Another thing that works very well against invisibility is a nice carpet.
Yeah.
You still push that down and everybody can see that.
Yeah, wet footprints if they're running through water or that kind of thing.
Or the worst thing, snow.
Yeah, I hate snow.
Yeah, no, snow, it's like, yay! You're standing there, footprints are around you, you're making footprints, and on your shoulders the snow is keeping in touch.
Yeah.
It's all over your shoulders, and we can all aim at you now.
Suddenly behind you, these footprints end here.
Like, well, I guess I know where he's standing. But yeah, ultrasound sensors are probably something that is fairly common in the sixth world because people don't want invisible people sneaking around.
Yeah, that's why it's a thing for adults. Improved sense ultrasound sensor. It's amazing.
Also, a nice thing is just have a camera in your elevator and then have a mana barrier in your elevator shaft, and when they move through it, either the mana barrier breaks or your invisibility spell breaks. So you can do a lot of things. Or detect life, detect enemies. Also awesome.
Yeah, I mean, if you're under improved invisibility, you just perceive, and boom, you see them.
Yeah.
There is
Need
the
some do.
there is perceiving magic rules that you can check out in the magic section of the book for when the spell is cast. So if it's somebody that is trying to go invisible and then run away, like you can tell the spell is cast. That could help you to spot them. There's
And
a
of
lot
course the
of ways.
matrix.
You just have to think a little laterally. Like there's a crowd of people and you see a path of people being pushed aside. And that's probably your dude.
Probably a lot of people looking at that spot because they get pushed away from something that's invisible.
Yep. I will upload the recording of this to YouTube as soon as I hang it up, and we'll put that link into the subreddit thread that I have put on this. If you guys have further questions, please post in there. I will answer them as I have the time, and I'm gonna go shower my girlfriend with attention as she lays on the couch looking at me. So thank you guys for coming out. I will perhaps try and get another one or two of these done over President's Day weekend because that is my next non-weekend day off. I will probably put a post up a couple of days beforehand if I decide to do it. And we will see who gets in that time and see where our characters have gone.
Awesome. Well, thanks for hosting.
Thanks for coming out.
Thanks for GMing.
Thank you very much.
See you guys around.